best to try and stay on course. They're opening up the batting once again. We have young. Well, is Saunders the brother of Akeem Saunders? No, no relation, says Vernon Springer. And Leeward Islands, whom one thought would have been at the forefront of things, found themselves slipping, came back nicely. Young Saunders, along with, looks like Tanis Francis, the diminutive youngster. He had a little shock on the hand in his game against Barbados, and now he has been supported now by Saunders, who drives and, well, does not beat the field. Good bowling. Once again, good start on the part of Charles for the junior, should we say Red Force? There's so many franchise names, Terry.
Yes, definitely, but Charles looks like he's picked up from where he left off on Monday.
Very steady.
Very steady indeed.
I think that's what see on Charles. And he keeps testing the left-hander Saunders outside the off stump. He has gotten bat on 2, which went one went backward of point in that vicinity, but he has perhaps the late swing that Charles is getting. See on Charles, that may be troubling young Saunders. Oh, beaten once again with successive deliveries. The end of a maiden over, and that is really how you want to start when you are the leaders.
Yes, most definitely set the excellent opening over there by Charles, and you can see Trinidad and Tobago are very buoyant in the field, very confident. Of course, they've already sewn up the title. They will become West Indies Rising Stars under 15 champions, but still a lot to play for Leeward Islands' point of view, with the 3 teams all on 8 points heading into this final round.
Well, certainly. And once again, we see TNT starting with the seamers. Cassie Ram will start on this occasion. Beckel started last time, but Cassie Ram has been among the thick of things. Looks to be pretty steady. Gets the ball, yes, to leave the right-hander as a left-handed. Let's see how Tanis faces him. Down the leg side, and he may get a boundary with the first delivery into the fine leg boundary for 4. He was not directing it to the batsman, and good picking on the part of Tanis. He just whipped it off the pads. Delightful stroke, 4 runs to get off the mark and to get the Leewards started.
Yes, got the Leewards on the board, 4 without loss now in the second over, but well played by Tanis, ill-directed there by Kasaram, and just helped it round the corner down to fine leg. So good confident start for young Francis.
Coming forward on this occasion, Tanis playing the ball into the onside. It's notable, Terry, that young Saunders, the left-hander, Sachin Saunders, on the 15, who is a left-hander in this team. He's from St. Kitts, but he also made his debut in the Leeward Islands Senior Tournament earlier this year. So good to see the youngsters getting the opportunity to be featured. And those opportunities can go into greater things. Oh, flirting with danger outside the awesome there. Young Tanis Francis, perhaps not really getting into line. Good change of line though from the young emerging fast bowler
Casiro
of Trinidad and Tobago. And when we look at Alenjanjo Kasiram, he is tall, and at this age, right arm in fact outside the off stump. We said left. There is also a lefty in the team, and also they have the options. They have several options, but their leading lights has been Dean and Badu with the ball. in terms of wicket. Kasiram also features amongst the top tier of the bowlers. But in terms of wickets, it has been Dean, Boudou, and Kasiram. Oh, lovely shot.
Sure.
Just moves inside the line. Young Tanis Francis into the back of the square boundary for 4. His second 4 of his brief innings so far. The second off the over. And the second scoring stroke for the Leewards. So he moves to 8. And the score moves to 8 without loss, Terry.
Yeah, very good shot that by Tanis. Got inside the line very quickly and whipped that back with a square. Very confident building shot for him. I noticed the Trinidad and Tobago fielders are a lot closer than what they were in the match against Jamaica. They might have sorted out the ground here at Coolidge.
Yes.
A bit better.
8 without loss after 2 in the Jamaica Trinidad and Tobago game. I thought there was some uncertainty in terms of the Jamaicans batting first. They didn't seem to be coming to grips with the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
The pitch in the opening over, well, we have had 2 so far. The pitch then on Monday, where there was very bright sunshine, perhaps the brightest day of the tournament in terms of sunshine early.
Right.
There was bounce in the pitch. The ball was leaving appreciably, perhaps with early morning moisture. We have not seen the same bounce in the pitch as we saw against Jamaica. Perhaps they also looked at the outcome, Jamaica only making 102, so they believe that they can perhaps apply some pressure early on the Leewards. Saunders once again being tested outside the off stump. That one was going further away. Saunders perhaps looking at the umpire, perhaps wondering if that wasn't close to a wide.
Yes, and with the bowling lineup that they've got set in Trinidad and Tobago, they be quietly confident. I don't think they'd be upset that Leewards opted to bat first, given the fact that Leewards batting has been up and down in this tournament.
Saunders gets the full face of the bat on that one. The first one that he has middled in the deliveries that he has faced. Steered 2 down to backward point, didn't capitalize in getting the single. He's strongly built. Could pack some punches. And looking almost opposite in frame to Tanis Francis. Oh, beaten outside the off stump, searching for it. That one for Charles was more or less a full length delivery, changing the length.
Yeah, Charles just pitched that one up a lot more. Saunders still trying to get off the mark. So he's still got a few butterflies out there. Charles bowling 2 slips. Why?
Well, he goes at that, and he will get 4 perhaps, or big chase, or good collective work by the fielders. I thought for one that he played that with some optimism, but was not fully in control.
No, he wasn't in control. Or
Yes.
to the pitch of the ball, but he got away with it.
I think, though, his approach is to be positive.
Yeah, definitely.
That one was a bit shorter, rising. Felt that he had the opportunity of hitting over the top, which eventually did, but just got between back of the square and cover, running out to the boundary. He gets off the mark, which is important. And this time he covers up solidly. Looks in full command. Perhaps going in confidence. I learned through my good friend Vernon Springer that he's the son of Stephen Saunders, cricket administrator and former player for St. Kitts. So he's in the frame of cricket, has cricket around him and before him. So he can only get better. This time he plays as though at first, as though he was going to leave it alone. In the end, the ball taking the bottom of the bat. He will be happy that he's still on 2 not out. Would have a discussion with Tanis Francis. The diminutive figure, you look at these 2 guys and say age group cricketers, you really would be thinking that a senior He's playing with a youngster.
Yeah, exactly. Head and shoulders over Francis. But he played that over. Saunders played that over a lot better.
Yes, certainly than his first. Perhaps was just trying to find his way. Leewards would be disappointed about their loss, especially, their last outing. Just managing 53 runs.
Right, yeah. They'd be very disappointed with that effort.
And I remember that yesterday speaking to Nasira from CWI, we were just speaking about not necessarily Leewards cricket, but about how the fortune could have shifted in the 4-day championship.
How it
When the Leewards just shattered.
How it could have
been
shifted, set, or
Yeah.
should have.
Should have. That's why signaled by the umpire. So the Leewards had the Windwards to defeat and just crumbled. And then we saw the same thing in Guyana. You would have left the game Friday and thought, okay, it's really over, and just dusted.
They busted 3 days.
So they could have won the championship, Vernon Spring and Terry Larage. They could have won the championship, but then ended.
Windwards would have won it for the first time.
Yeah. So they could have won it had they beaten Windwards and Guyana. And then now,
Windwards
beating Guyana, Windwards could have won it.
Won
So,
it,
man,
yeah.
you found yourself. So sometimes in the region, you really set things up and say, it is going to be this. You better keep quiet until the end. So I could imagine the administrators maybe printing 2 different championship banners. Well, TNT, they are ensuring. Oh, that's a good delivery, but that is heading down the leg side. Definitely. Struck him high, but he's so diminutive that something on his thigh pad could be given LBW. But it was definitely angled into him from the right-hander, Kisiram. Alejandro Kisiram, having that one coming into Tannis Francis. Tannis, though, has to be careful. Has a square-on action. This time he adjusts at the time of stride. Plays this one out into the onside. Overcast conditions here this morning. Strong breeze blowing at the CCG.
Yeah, and the young guys would appreciate that. A bit of cloud cover. Not as hot.
TNT coming into the game with 100%. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Perhaps his worst delivery of the tournament. He would not be happy with that. Kisiram wipes his hand in the ground. So TNT coming in with 100% record there.
4 and 4.
Clearly, have their hands on it. Leewards, as I say, 2 and 2. Winning 2, losing 2. Taught for lack of patience. 4 boys got run out. You're chasing
on Monday.
Up. Yes.
Yeah.
4, how do you account for that? The 4 first batters.
Top 4.
How do you account for that? We were speaking about communication in the last 2 matches. Even the Jamaicans, I'm not quite sure if it's a matter of nerve or composure. Why are you running like that? Why are you anxious to run when there is no single, and when there is a single, you're still on? So cricket is going to be more than bowling and batting and fielding, but also the issue of mental preparation. Oh, lovely, classy shot down the ground. It will be held up because of the very heavy outfield here. But Tannis Francis had that one into his pads, and he just lofted it over the mid-on fielder. Gets 2 runs, moves to 10, takes the score up to 14 without loss after 4 overs.
Yeah, another good confident shot there by young Tannis Francis. In the air, but quite safe with the mid-on well up inside the circle. But you talk about, it's not just batting, bowling, and fielding. Game awareness of what we often talk about. And I of course, didn't see Leewards and Windwards, so I can't comment on their runouts. But Jamaica, I think, got themselves in trouble with the fact of the pressure that Trinidad were putting on them, though.
Saunders shoulders arms, allows it to go through, wide signal by the umpire. It is okay to say the pressure that the team puts on you, but it's also up to you to absorb that pressure. And one of the best ways I could tell you from experience that the pressure could be absorbed are those quick calculated singles. Soft hands, and you're saying, wow, I'm bowling my heart out, and these guys are getting singles.
Yeah,
Saunders once again a leading edge out to cover point, no run.
absolutely set, and that's what we were discussing before. And I noticed, a couple of balls have gone in the end, just lobbed over the infield. Trinidad have now moved back basically on the 30-yard circle. That is where they were against Jamaica. So soft hands, as you say, good communication. Jamaica could have rotated the strike a lot better than what they attempted on Monday.
Saunders fishing again. Charles is really getting that ball to move away from the left-hander. Perhaps Tanis Francis needs to, they're communicating, but from a distance, sometimes just to break it up and to have a close, intimate chat. All those are areas that the youngsters could speak about. Because you see, when you get those calculated singles, whereas a lot of people look at Desmond Haynes, Gordon, Greenwich combination in those distant passes and say it wasn't just explosive
Not at all.
play. We'll get back to
exactly.
that. Saunders works it off the pads, forward of square, no run. Part of that was also the issue of communication and running between the wicket. It wasn't foolish running, but you would say, in fact, when we were growing up, used to say roll and stroll.
Right.
The rolling of the Desmond Haynes wrist is a single. The rolling of Gordon Greenwich's wrist, it's a single, and you watch that with a level, then, so basic cricket. Oh, here is Saunders pulling at that, loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. I'm not quite sure if he anticipated the ball was going to bounce more, but I think he needs, yes, it kept a bit low.
It did keep a bit low.
But he would just need to be assured. He could have gone down the ground, but he really wanted to get something off that.
Yeah, he needed to be playing straight to that particular delivery. Charles in action, very similar to Seals.
Yes. I picked that up, and I was going to make. And then we spoke about Greenwich and Haynes. People say stick to the under 15, but they had to be 15 and under before they got to be stars. Then you'd see Viv Richards come in, and you think it's just power. No, it was Viv would always tell you the thinking factor is essential.
Exactly.
When you had maybe 7, 9 fielders around your bat against India, you chip it over the top, but when they go out, you just work it down. Oh, lovely steering on the part of Saunders, but there is a fielder on the third man boundary. He gets a single get off strike, and that is important. The rolling and the strolling, that is important for the youngsters. That's one thing they would want to emulate if they're going to go the long distance and play at the higher level. 16 without loss after 5. A relatively good start by the Leewards.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. There's not too many deliveries that have been troubling either Saunders or Francis. So a good positive start so far. They've been looking to score against this pretty potent Trinidad and Tobago bowling lineup.
Why I mentioned that, when Viv was already 50 and he was playing, there was a celebratory match at the recreation grounds. I can't remember the exact how it was branded, but I remember some youngsters, including Devon Thomas and so, playing around, Steve Liebert, who is with CW and so forth. And the difference you saw when Viv was there, that when the bowler was running in, Viv was already alert, the older man, for the single, and the young players. Now you look at that and they say, wow, the ball is being played and Viv is almost up there, and the youngsters, some of them, their feet were still planted. So right there, even from the commentary box of the Antigua Recreation Ground, you could see that there is definitely a different cultural orientation in terms of how you handle that part of the game. So that is something that needs to be addressed. Oh, he's trying to play around his legs, but he was standing there. Yes, could have gone underground, could have gone forward, but instead he saw the opportunity, but perhaps not playing for the late swing of the delivery, which in this case from Cassie Ram was right up in the block hole.
Yes, I think once again with Saunders, I think especially with the fuller deliveries, he'd be much better at playing in the V, as they say, straight up. But you see, though, that we're going into a culture, though, over the last, decade or more, where a big power hitters. So that is all that has gone out of the game because, they'll tell you, well, we can catch up.
Well,
So even though there's, half the overs in a 20-over game are dot balls, you say to them, well, you could have got, another 50 or another 40 or whatever just by taking singles. They said, I don't know, but don't worry about that. Have a look at the number of 6s and 4s we hit. So it's hard for these guys now coming up.
So
And I mean, these could, and hopefully they are, could change it back to the perpendicular line.
yes. So they're watching cricket, but it comes down to who you watch.
Right.
I always believe watching when you see, not trying to uplift anybody, when you see Virat Kohli and you say, wait, he's 60 already, you can't understand that he's 60. Down the leg side, another wide. You can't understand that he's 60 and may have struck 4 4s and a 6 compared to perhaps somebody else may have had 6 4s and 2 6s. But at the end of the day, he works every delivery counts.
Right, that's what I was about to say. He's always looking for that single. Though.
The Steve Smiths, the Kane
Type of
Williamson,
player. Yeah,
that sort of vein. This time he works it down to fine leg, and compliments to these two young openers for the Leeward Islands. What they're doing, they're picking, and they're finding their way around, and they're forcing field changes by the Trinidad and Tobago team, and with the left and right hand as they turn over the strike, the field has to change over, and fielders oftentimes may be confused.
They're taking the challenge to Trinidad and Tobago so far, which is excellent to see.
Tannis. Everything comes from the middle of his bat.
Seems so, yeah.
Vernon Springer likes him. Vernon Springer tells you about what he did in Grenada. We saw a glimpse of him in the Dream 11 ABC 10 splash, and plays senior cricket for the Empire Nation cricket team here in Antigua. Faces Cassie Ram, and he plays it late.
That's well played, though.
Yes, he had the confidence that he was in control of it. At one stage, it looked as though he would have played over it, but he just played it as though he was playing a spin bowler, as though he was smothering the spin. Confidence, 19, 1-1 coming from that over 19 without loss after 6.
Yes, let the ball come right up under his eyes before he looked to defend it. But just looking at Kasaram, though, I think A, prefers the ball to right-handers. And B, I just think he's trying a bit too much with the new ball.
Well, he has been given that opportunity. Previously, it would have been Charles and Beckles. So Kasiram steps up a notch into the new ball role. A lot of discussion around new ball bowling. Just outside the off stump. I'll give you a talk. Alzari Joseph, a youngster. Now the talk is whether or not he should be bowling the new ball for the West Indies. That talk has been for the past 3 years. I won't join, but I remember at his age 14 coming to a Sandals camp at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium then. Saunders is standing straight and waiting for Charles. Oh, he leaves that one alone. Good move on his part. But I remember his late mother, Sharon. We are good friends. We were schoolmates. She called me and she said I needed to to speak to Alzari. No, that is her usual norm. She wants me to speak to him, but I would choose what I speak to him about. Her concern was, oh, he's bowling too short. He gets the new ball and everybody's saying he's bowling too short and he likes to bowl short.
Straight back to him. Simple chance. He was getting in stride there, Saunders. He was leaving the ball a lot better, showing a lot better discipline, but that a straighter delivery, he's knocked it straight back to Charles. Leewards lose their first set.
Yes, I don't think Eva Saunders can explain it because he was not in any trouble at all from that delivery. He has started to middle it, started to look good, but in the end, perhaps a bit too much top hand in the shot. He could have really just, played it back along the ground, but perhaps in his style, he seems to be a player with good aggressive intent,
Yeah.
and perhaps wanted to get past the bowler instead of really defending. Leewards losing wicket number 1 at 19 for 1. They would definitely need to be building, not just building, building, rebuilding, and repairing in a partnership that only worth some 9 runs. The man coming out is Lyth Brown, so he perhaps will give some support to Tanis Francis. Brown is the vice captain of the team. But to get back to that discussion, so then she says, Alzari's bowling too short. So I asked her a few questions. I said, what is Alzari's height compared to the youngsters? Because at that stage, Alzari, I don't think anybody out here was taller than him. Perhaps the left-armer from Barbados. And I said, if he drops it there, it's got to be short to the smaller batters. Just allow him. But she says, everybody's saying he's bowling too short. I said, because they're afraid of him. So leave it. I didn't say anything. I'll be honest with you. I'll confess I didn't trouble the youngster. I said, you're doing well. Keep doing your
going.
stuff.
Yeah.
This one is wide outside the off stump. Not signal wide. Brown watches it. Leewards. The leading scorer has been the captain, Matthew Miller. We expected that he would have been featuring more in the wickets column, but he has been featuring more with the bat, but would need to do better. We see at least 3 players pulling away from the pack with batting and bowling. Wide outside the off stump, and Brown is stretching and is beaten once again. Charles, stockily built, youngster, broad shoulders for his age. Very confident player. Ronan Springer will come beside you, Terry, after this over. He bowls right down that corridor of uncertainty. Completes the over. A wicket maiden for Charles. Quite commendable for this youngster. The Leewards winning the toss and electing to bat. 19 for 1 after 7. Certainly they would like to push on. Your views, Terry and Vernon, will join you.
Yeah, thanks, Seth. They'd be disappointed losing that wicket, especially Saunders himself. It was a rather nothing shot. Couldn't get over the ball and just basically drove it straight back to the bowler. But 19 for 1, not a bad start. Trinidad and Tobago will be happy that they picked up that wicket. Bring them right into the contest. Good morning, Vernon.
I see Sylvester just coming into our studio. He didn't even tell me good morning. I don't understand what I've done. My former captain. You know what I mean? He says I'm on the air. He's a real politician.
See, he's being a gentleman.
Yeah, he's been a gentleman, trying to be a
Morning,
diplomat.
Sylvester.
So Tanis Francis just stroking that down to mid-on, getting an easy single. And the score in the meantime goes up to 20 without loss. Leeward Islands losing Saunders in a very soft dismissal, more or less. Number 12 for Trinidad and Tobago. Bowls are wide down to Kasiram, down to Brown, the vice captain. Leading scorer for Leeward Islands so far is Matthew Miller with some 72 runs, Terry.
Yes, and as Seth was saying, we thought he might do a bit more with the ball, but at least he's contributed pretty well with the bat. They need a good score here for the Leewards. All to play for them still. 3 teams equal on 8 points in second position. Coming into this final round.
Going into this final round, Terry, Trinidad and Tobago at the end of 4 leading with a total of 19.4 points. Guyana in second place with 10.4 points. Leeward Islands also in third position with 10.4. Windward Islands 9.4. Barbados 7. And Jamaica 6.2 points. Include pace bowling points. Here is Light Brown coming forward. Can't score. Trinidad and Tobago this morning. Overcast conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Started with 2 slips, a gully, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. In fact, the mid-off, Terry, has gone to mid-on now. Short mid-wicket and a short fine leg on man under 45 inside the 30-yard circle. Wide delivery, Brown driving, complete the extra cover. Scores in the other games. We're talking about Jamaica taking on the Windward Islands. Jamaica, quiet start so far, 20 without loss against the Windward Islands. And Barbados, 14 for 1 against Guyana. That game is being played in Liberta, and the Jamaica Windward Islands game being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, pitched up. And coming down to a good delivery is Light Brown, the vice captain of the Leeward Islands under 15 team. And Terry, we're just going through the leading scores so far. Shana Fontaine with some 190 runs, followed by Gatson Boynes from Barbados with 176. Brendan Boodoo, the Trinidad and Tobago captain, 153. We yet to see him bowl yet. Pitched up wide delivery. And Light Brown just leaving that one alone. So the end of another successful over. Yeah, Terry. We're talking about 8 overs now being bowled. Score is 21 for 1. And we say good morning to the folks on the manual scoreboard. 2 ladies working the board. And very good to see women involved in cricket in some way and working the manual scoreboard. Mr. Blacks must be somewhere, maybe at the stadium.
Definitely, and they do a wonderful job on that manual scoreboard, especially in the heat of the sun. It's directly on them. There's no shade or anything over on that northern part of the ground, so they do an excellent job. Charles continues.
Come back in a little while. Terry, just to let you know that the squads, don't know if you had a chance to look at the 3-match Red Ball Tri-Series, have been announced, and we'll go to those squads for the folks. That series starts on the 19th. Yeah, right here. Team Headley will take on the West Indies Academy. I'll get back to that in a while. Wide delivery here. Served up, Terry.
Yeah, it just went for a bit more effort there, did Charles, and lost his direction.
Young Tanis Francis wearing the number 4.
How about his first slip with 999 on his back?
Yeah, big number. At least he's fashioned that one. Let's hope he's a big player.
Definitely.
To be wearing those numbers. Francis is steering this.
Take the head well fielded.
Coming around there. Can't get any runs as Yasir Dean diving away there, more or less in a second slip position. Trinidad and Tobago just coasting their way around. Yeah. Exciting times ahead. A lot of cricket to be played here tomorrow at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Starts the cool and smooth T20 tournament. Francis back and across and defending right up to cover. Say good morning to all our colleagues all around the Caribbean. If you're listening to us, Team Headley will be led by Joshua De Silva from Trinidad and Tobago, Sonny Lambris from the Windward Islands, Darren Bravo from Trinidad and Tobago, Justin Graves, originally from Barbados, will play for the Windward Islands, Kevin Hodge from the Windward Islands, Shem Holder from Barbados as we break. Tanner's driving, on drive, down the ground. That's a lovely shot by the young man. He get a couple of runs here. Won't get 4. And if he wants, he can get 3.
Carried it over, I
It's
think.
gone all the way for 4. So that's a lovely shot. The fielder sort of got himself into a tangle. And in the end, 4 runs to Tanis Francis. The score in the meantime goes up to 26 by Mike counting. 26 for 1. Leeward Islands batting first here. This overcast day here in Antigua and Barbuda. 26-1.
Excellent shot though by Francis, and he's played 2 or 3 confident shots this morning. He's looked good, 3 boundaries so far.
A little bit too close to him. He's looking to square that. The bounce, I think, is just invariable bounce. 2 pace, more or less, on these tracks here. Not allowing the batsmen to really express themselves where they can really, essay, especially the ball square the wicket. 26-1 anyhow. Continuing with the squads, we'll go back from the top. Joshua De Silva, captain for Team Headley. Sonal Lambris, Darren Bravo, Justin Graves, Kevin Hodge, Shem Holder, Akeem Jordan, Markina Minley. Wide delivery here, bowled. Another extra. Terry, score goes up to 27-1. Shane Mosley from Barbados. Goodish Moti, the test spinner from Guyana. Anderson Phillip from Trinidad and Tobago. Kyron Powell. This umpire is trying to get the scorer's attention and finally got it. And Tevin Walcott, who played for the Windward Islands, is from Barbados. Team Weeks will be led by the emerging youngster who scored the most runs in the 4-day competition, 647, in Alex Athens, who was here in Antigua and Barbuda along with the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. Tejan Ryan Chandapal, Casey Carty, Dominique Drakes, Jamar Hamilton, Brandon King, Jair McAllister, Zachary McCaskey, Vasami Pomal, Raymond Reefer, Kevin Sinclair, Niles Smith, and Devon Thomas. West Indies Academy will be led by Kevlon Anderson, Akeem O'Geese, Joshua Bishop, Teddy Bishop, McKinney Clark, Rivaldo Clark, Joshua James, Joan Lane, Kirk McKenzie, Ashmin Ned, Kelvin Pittman, Keegan Simmons, Raymond Simmons, Kevin Wickman, Nine Young. And I'm finding some strange names here, but I'm not seeing Colin Tuckett. So I want to know if he's unavailable for the West Indies Academy team. I'm going to have to ask Graham West a question down the onside. Another name that I thought, Terry, over the years, and I don't think a lot of people have been paying close attention to him, is Jeremiah Louis. Jeremiah Louis has been in among, he's maybe not got maybe 20, 15 wickets consistently, but he's batting as an all-rounder. And I think if you're looking around the region, he deserves a look in.
Definitely. And he was around the bound, wasn't he, there for a couple of seasons, and all of a sudden, as you say, Vernon, he's not in the mix these days.
We got to learn to reward people. The last time a team was selected, you had people like Colin Archibald and Jeremiah Louis in the conversation.
Right.
But sometimes you go to a game and you have to look at the context in terms of the game. A lot of catches were dropped off Louis this season, especially in the 4-day competition. So sometimes we can't always just pick by figures and stats. We have to look at the consistency of a player. He has improved in his batting. Jeremiah Louis, 28-1. Here's Brown driving but can't score in the end. Just to give you an idea also, Terry, Shea Hope, who was selected but was given permission to represent Yorkshire in the English County Championship, so we wish Hope all the best. Rakim Cornwall and Shane Dorish, they made themselves unavailable for selection, and I think Rakim is more or less sending a message because he's almost frustrated. No one is saying anything as to why he's not in the test team. And we keep hearing the goalposts moving every day.
Yeah, and you can't blame Cornwall if he is frustrated and everything. He made himself available, didn't go to the Bangladesh Premier League, all that business. Again, the lead and wicket taker regionally, still can't get the recall into the West Indies Test team. So that needs to be properly addressed.
Here is Brown driving loosely. Almost a big space between bat and pad there. Could have got an inside edge onto his bat. He has to be a little bit more tighter. Just think that his right foot, Terry, in terms of when he's driving, is just too straight. Needs to be a little balanced and get on his heel when he's coming forward. Brown, he'll go back to Nevis and will have to put in some work. But he's a player for the future. And he can go straight up into the under-17 ranks, Brown. Pitched up, that's much better, but just didn't stay over the ball long enough. Just needed to find the gap. 28-1. Leeward Islands, after their disappointing performance against Ghana, have now put themselves in a position now where they've looked pretty organized here today. And I'm sure Coach Jace Taylor and manager Johnny Frederick would have maybe had a pep talk with them and said, listen, this is the final game. Let's put up our best showing. Here's Brown driving loosely again. Wide delivery. He was so wide he never got close to it, Terry.
No, not at all. I am a bit surprised though that Kasaram has been given another over. I thought they might have made a change from the southern end, but unfortunately, so far,
But I think they got a method to their madness, Terry, because they've used all their opening bowlers and they'll allow them to bowl the first 5 straight away. So they're just continuing in that trend. Full toss, not put away by Light Brown, and simply because the bottom hand is right and is coming into play, needed to just turn his hips and just stroke that. And you know, Terry, you on set, the on drive is the hardest shot to play in cricket.
Exactly, and I just think the stance too is a little bit open. He could come more side on. He's a bit chest on in his stance.
So 10 overs have been completed. Leeward Islands a quiet start, 29 for 1. And there's been a lot of discussion going around, Terry. And I keep saying to folks, when we were born, you have to take some time to walk. You have to learn to walk. I think it's almost the same principles must be applied to the under 15 level. Do we go straight into 50 over cricket, or do we have a system put in place where you play maybe 40 over cricket, and then we gradually put you into the under 17 and you go to 50 over cricket, or you play to the cricket at the under 15 level? I'm talking about all of these different systems that can work out. This tournament is started in 1995.
Yeah.
And we now need to sit down and have a conversation as to where we are going with the under 15 tournament. Should West Indies be undertaking the under 15 championship? That's another discussion, Terry.
Most definitely. Dropped. Great effort, but put down there in a second slip position.
Nadine.
Yes,
Yeah,
Nadine.
Yeah. And he was set there for that. He got there. He was almost like in slow motion. And I think maybe
It's a swan dive, wasn't it?
Dive in. But the pace of it really didn't hit him as hard as he would like. And he just bubbled out. It maybe might have been the first catch that Trinidad and Tobago maybe might have, that I've seen, would have dropped in this tournament. Outside of that, they've been clinical. And having won the championship, you don't want to say that they're a little bit of complacency. But the coach and the coaching staff of Trinidad and Tobago, what they were talking about is that they work towards systems and methods in their approach. So show that young Mr. Dean will have to pay for that drop catch. Francis leaving alone right there. Frustration being shown by the bowler, Terry.
Yeah, just a bit. He was disappointed that the catch went down, especially after Francis on driving him in his previous over. But it was a good effort, just didn't stick.
Those have to stick. Those are the critical ones. Nice wide delivery, good leave in the process.
But talking about running, having a look at the under 15s championship and so, how many go through, keep going? They're playing 50 over cricket. How many end up in the senior team?
Well, it's not that in so much matter in the
Not just West Indies senior team, though. I mean,
in some of the regional teams.
Right.
Well, quite a number of players would have come to over the time. I mean, when Sylvester Joseph came onto the scene, he didn't have under 15, he didn't have under 17. He went straight into the Leewards under 19. Sylvester Joseph at the time, I remember when I was a coach, he was maybe about 14 years old. I could remember him scoring a half century in his debut game for the Leeward Islands under 19 at Kensington Oval. There was commentary at that time with the late Tony Koza saying he feels this guy is going to play for the West Indies because Joseph was just a stroke maker, stroking the ball to the covers. So there are a lot of young players that have come through. What I think has been stifling the system at the end of over number 11, with the score going up to 30 for 1, Terry, is what you have happening is the amount of cricket that is being played. And I was saying to Seth a couple of days ago, let's look at the first class competition. You only have 5 games.
Right.
If the Leeward Islands, if you're in a winning team for the first 3 games, it means that Terry's not going to get a game because the Leeward Islands is going to be concentrating on trying to win the championship.
Right.
So if you get into that 14 and you don't break into the first 3 games and the team in the first 3 games is winning, how would you play? a guy like Daniel Durham indicated to me that, he's looking to go to England. He maybe only played 2 games. So he's looking for the last 3 games because to go to England now, you have to play 5 first-class games.
Right.
He only played 2. He loses out.
Right. No, a very good point. And selection and the way the team's traveling has got a lot to do with it. But you look at, on the flip side of that, West Indies batting at the senior level has been a problem, for the longest while. You bring the guy in who's in form. He was leading the competition in the run scoring before he ended up the lead in the run scorer. You carry him all the way to Africa, you don't play him. Well, more or less, to me, that's saying that there's nothing wrong with the top 6. You have to do a lot better to get in. I don't understand that.
There needs to be an entire shake-up, and again, that's a conversation I was having with Seth. Unlike where some players get a long enough run, and you have to understand, cricket West Indies, they're playing less test matches than before.
Exactly.
So it means that
got less opportunity.
A lot of people are under more pressure.
Right.
That's why you have to sort of kind of nail your spot, really.
Right.
So that's why I feel that the ICC needs to sort of look at that structure. Yes, they've got the ICC World Test Championship, but sometimes a country might maybe play 6-8 test matches in an entire cycle, an entire year.
Yeah, right. While others are playing 10, 11, 12.
So the money makers.
The money
We're
makers.
calling the money makers. 30-1. Back in system, a little hesitation.
But because you got limited opportunity, then the ones that are already in the team need to make the most of that opportunity, for me. And if they don't, instead of giving them, say, a complete series, then you give them the first test. If they fail, and they failed in the previous series, then surely, you bring them in.
So, Francis just undriving down the ground. Nice use of the feet there to Yazidine, leading wicket taker so far in the championships of the under-15. And is a name that I'll be following right through to the youth level, to the under-19 level. Here's Light Brown undriving down the ground also, picking up another easy single. Coming off of the long run boundary is Christian Lal, who's also a wicket keeper as well. Trinidad and Tobago have so many options. And I think, Terry, when you look around, the private sector, Cricket West Indies is going to have to need the private sector back in terms of youth cricket. If we look at this youth cricket here, as the over comes to an end, 32-1, there's no sponsorship.
No sponsor.
For under 15, under 17, under 19 there. And so there needs to be a devised plan where we now have to reschedule, look now and see how can we get corporate Caribbean involved with youth cricket. And I'm going to say corporate Caribbean. I'm looking here. A lot of these member associations and through the region, they have to find the cost now to fit uniforms for under 15, under 17, under 19. This year, the Leeward Islands Board and Windward Islands Board and most of the territories, they have to get white and colored clothing for under 17 because they're going to be playing cricket.
Right.
The same thing applies there. So my
Travel
point
expenses, all that business.
Cricket West Indies now have to find an option to get a kitwear sponsor to be able to help with the youth development area of most of these tournaments that are being funded in the Caribbean.
Now you talk about the private sector, and you were saying the other day how strong Jamaican youth cricket was. But they had that cement company, didn't they, for years?
Carib Cement.
Right.
Which also sponsored the first Cricket West Indies under 15 championship. We had Northern Telecom. So there was a lot of stuff. We had Clico. New bowler comes into the conversation, Terry.
Number 13.
Yes, Gobin. Ganesh Gobin. We didn't see him in the last game, but he gets an opportunity here for Trinidad and Tobago today. Left-arm spinner between the umpire and the stump. I almost thought that was Willett Bowling on drive by Brown down the road. And you don't normally see, Terry, a lot of left-arm spinners coming between the umpire.
No, you don't.
That has changed.
Changed very much.
You see Warrington Phillip and Willett is the first person who just mastered that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to see a youngster adopting those principles. Ooh. That's doing something pretty early, Terry.
Yeah, a
It's
bit of
over number
bounce too.
13, 33 for 1.
Leewards would be happy that they've only lost the 1 wicket, but they'd be keeping an eye on that run rate at the moment.
Well, that's okay. That turned him square, Terry. Ooh, turned him right around.
Beat him all ends up that
Oh,
one.
yeah, on a day like that, sometimes Tannis Francis, you need that sort of luck. He's
Yeah,
17.
my
Brown
day.
2. Gobin from Trinidad and Tobago. Another exploit to bowl to Francis. Francis is leaving alone a good delivery. That's good judgment. For a moment, Seps was like,
Good batting, good bowling,
Yeah,
lovely
good cricket.
flighted delivery. Yeah.
Tannis Francis is an excellent young cricketer. He's got a bright future. I'm going to talk to Seth. I think we have to do something for this young man. Back and pull in
Pulled
this
it
one
through.
just past the short mid-wicket fielder. We get a couple of runs. Yeah.
Yeah, they took
Yeah,
their
the
time there on the
communication,
first
just
one.
as Seth said in the game in Liberty, the communication not right between the Leeward Island batters. They're not trusting each other. Once the ball goes into the deep, you realize with Trinidad and Tobago, they're getting two. Even Guyana, they're running hard.
But that's what I was saying. There's nothing wrong with the run rate at the moment, but they don't want to get bogged down because we saw that with Jamaica. You know, the score was around about the same, and then all of a sudden, few wickets started falling because they got themselves bogged down a bit. So
Rotation of strike
rotation of strike
is going to be
exactly.
key. So far, Trinidad and Tobago, 11 extras, about 10 wides. That's really not like them. Flighted, lovely on drive, down the ground. The fielder coming off of the boundary.
Lal, I think.
Lal? Looks like a live wire in the field as well. If you're a keeper, you certainly will be a live wire. Score goes up to 35. And young Francis goes up to 19. A lot of pressure on this young man. Light Brown comes quietly forward. Good. I think I like the approach here, Terry. After being bowler for 53, I give them some option. And they seem to be playing to a plan. So that's okay. And as you and Seth said, just need to be able to have a rotation of strike taking place. Comes quietly forward. I think he's going a little bit hard at the ball. He could maybe just play with his top and kill that there. He's still looking to score even though he's coming forward. Can just kill that and get a single. Or get one run, as we would say, more or less. He's driving down the ground. Good cricket all around. Dean, nice tall composure guy, just knocking that down. Didn't have the power on it. Dean, the ball to Brown. Brown is turning this and getting an easy single down to long on. They're thinking about two. It's certainly not on. They started it. Yeah, the intent
But at least, yeah,
Yes.
the intent was there.
was there this time. Score in the meantime goes up to 36 for 1. I think at the end of this over, it will be the voice of Seth Burton. Tannis Francis back on the cross. Just in the bounce there. 36 for 1 at the end of 14. And Francis is 19. Light Brown, the vice captain of the Leeward Islands under 15, is 3. A lot of cricket has been played so far, Terry, over the last couple of weeks, and still more cricket to play. 32 matches coming up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the 10th edition of the Cool and Smooth T20 competition.
Yes, bowling off to tomorrow afternoon, and a great curtain raiser though between the defending champions and Empire Nation. Defending champions Liberta Blackhawks up against Empire Nation, who are on top of the two-day first-class competition at the moment.
Haven't heard you, Terry, talk about the news with Courtney Walsh.
I was going, yeah,
Oh, you were going to.
I was going to, but
There's so much that you couldn't remember, right?
it's not that I couldn't remember. I can't. I'm not quite sure why they're looking for another coach.
Well, you never know. 36 for 1. Here is more or less a paddle around into the short fine leg area. Number 19 coming around there nicely.
But you're quite right, Vernon. You never know, and you know,
Mohammed.
the process is still open for a new men's head coach, permanent head coach. So you don't know what Walsh was thinking. or is thinking at the same time. But it's a surprise to me.
Mohamed can't stop the single from Tanis Francis, who goes to 20. And quietly the score is moving around here. There's no breeze at all, Terry. We're
No,
accustomed to
very
seeing
stagnant.
the Leeward Islands flag in the far distance just limbering. Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua, almost an overcast there. Not sticky to the point. Leeward Islands looking to put up a good fight here. 38-1. They're playing against the champions. At the end of 4, Trinidad and Tobago are the champions of the under-15 competition from 4 rounds, and they have been clinical in their approach. I think they maybe might be the only team, Terry, that have batted 50 overs in this competition.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, that was they got was it 260 or 263 when ESCNO made the 130 not out.
So 38-1, 14 overs bowled. In fact, it should be 15, Terry. Yeah,
Should be
15 overs
15.
bowled.
Yeah.
And everything is just going about in a quiet way. More comments from you, Terry, and then he will be the voice of the mayor from Liberta, the defending champions. Not doing well in football, but in cricket.
Don't mention the football. Hey, Seth was having a good morning.
I'm sticking to the cricket. And that's what I would do. Stick to the cricket.
I don't blame you.
Yes, it's cricket time. Stick to the cricket.
But this is being set up though as a nice little match we've got on our hands here.
Yes.
Especially if Leewards can hold their composure.
Oh, whipped once again off the pad by Tanis Francis. It would have been the ideal setup had the Leewards beaten Guyana.
Yes.
Then it would have been, you know,
It's-
a game in
yeah,
which you'd
still
say
game on.
a final, so to speak, in a league game, because they would have had 3 wins. TNT would have come in with 4 wins and a win for them. You know, you don't know what would happen with the bonus points. So it would have been that ideal situation to have a grand climax here at this venue. But instead it's a runaway TNT. Lovely shot by Tanis Francis. Gets only a single.
He's looked good, Francis. Very compact.
He's a good player, and you can just only say if had he endured that game against Barbados, had he not been struck, you know, with that bouncer to his gloves, it would have been a great duel, because you see him and he looks the better of the 3 batters that have come out for the Leewards this morning so far.
Yeah, they
Young
got
Sash.
across the line, didn't they, against Barbados in that rain-affected match?
Yes. Mainly through the captain, Matthew Miller, who batted well. Leewards also have a few good all-rounders. Amori Jones among them. But TNT, they have dominated the leaderboard, not only in terms of the points, but in terms of, you know, they have in the top 10 more of the top bowlers, top batters. Badu has distinguished himself. Dean has also, you know, distinguished himself. Casimir has also had, you know, a good one with the ball. So when you look at it, Badu, both with ball and bat, on the Leewards end, it has been more of Matthew Miller. On the Windwards end, it has been Fontaine, who has been the leading run scorer in the series so far. Scored, in fact, a brilliant 100 as well. So a mixed tournament. The weather has been good. Brown is showing that he has what it takes to stay around. What you would ask the Leewards, though, at the end of the day, what momentum they can bring to the innings, what score they think they can make to trouble Trinidad and Tobago, because in spite of the fact that Trinidad and Tobago have already wrapped up the championship, the reality, if you can defeat them, you can say, well, they won the championship, but I have the bragging rights.
Yeah, exactly. They do Leeward Islands the world of good if they could get a victory here. But that's what we were saying in regards is what would be a good total. They still need to be cognizant of the fact that they keep just turning like this, like they done so far in this over. Just keep turning the strike over. The bowling has been good, tidy, but that hasn't been threatening or, you know, troublesome in that they look like picking up a wicket every delivery. So if they can keep knocking it around and build partnerships and so, I think that would be a key for as far as what Leewards can end up posting.
So, pretty good battle here between. Oh,
Nice
lovely shot by Brown. Oh, they're just a bit leisurely in their running. I could understand, Terry, that you say you want one, but you should always be hitting the first one rather quickly, and then you look at possibilities of the second instead of settling for one.
From the get-go, yeah.
Yep.
Because you never know what's going to happen. You know, misfield, fielder falls over, overruns the ball, anything like that. You're ready then to sprint back. The dog gets there, dog gets there. Just having a look at the scores just locally, though. It's been like Jewel Andrews been setting the world alight in schools cricket with a few centuries. There's been a couple of more centuries this season so far in the first class 2-day competition. What do you think, Sid? Is that the batsmen getting more matured? They realize they need to build the innings and you know, find good technique, good defense going with their attacking shots? Or is it the bowling is maybe not up to the standard that it could be?
Well, we see a change of bowling here from this, the southern end. And we are now seeing who is it that comes in. In fact, the captain, Brendan Dishan Badu, he is taking over from Dean, the leading bowler for the Red Force Juniors, or the Junior Red Force, however you may want to term that. He's giving it some air, but Brown is, instead of really getting to the pitch and hitting on the ground, he's probing. Just with the slips and the backward point, he's short extra cover, making some adjustment to go to his left. And, oh, lovely shot. Even though it's only a single, picked the line, was in position, played it with confidence.
Yeah, very much so. But all the Trinidad bowlers so far, as I say, they might not look as threatening, but they're definitely bowling good lines and bowling to their field. But Leewards are doing well. 44 on the board in the 18th over, just the loss of the 1 wicket.
Oh, lovely
That's
shot
nice.
from Tanis Francis. Will not go for 4. They're coming back for the second. But he measured it well.
Good
It
arm.
was short outside the off stump, and he went back and he cracked it through cover point. But the fielder coming around from the boundary did a remarkable job. Score moves to 46 for 1 after 17 overs. Tanis Francis, the diminutive opening batter who started 24 not out. He's leading the charge here with light brown on 8.
Yeah, and they've put on so far, what's that, about 27 for the second wicket.
Yes.
So a good little partnership forming here for the Leeward Islands. Kept
Round
low
to the
that
pad is
one.
given. Brown goes.
Quicker delivery, kept low. You know, if you want to be critical, he should have been forward rather than back. But that was just he just beat him in flight. Really, quicker delivery. Chopped him in front. Leewards lose their second just when these two were going well.
Yes.
And we have a water break at 46 for 2.
So 46 for 2, the Leewards winning the toss and electing to bat We will be back after the water break. Well, we're back. And Brown drives.
Sure.
A good way to say welcome back. Will it reach the boundary? It does. Sublime shot. In fact, I said Brown. Signaled by the umpire, but it's not Brown. Brown departed just before, in fact, on the stroke of play there. And it is, in fact, erect. Richard driving well to the offside to say welcome, Terry.
Yeah, great first up delivery there. A great shot of the first delivery he faced. Very confident cover drive to bring up the Leeward Islands 50 for 2 in over number 18. After winning the toss and electing to bat. So they'll be reasonably happy with this set so far.
Yes, they should be happy with it. 50 for 2, it's not bad. They're going at a reasonably good rate relative to the current contest. 18 overs been completed there in the 19th of the innings.
Coburn took the wicket off the first delivery of this over. And we had the first water break.
Yes. Good over from Gobin getting the wicket. I know that the turn delivery, third of the over, which was split by the break, that one went for 4, but otherwise it has been pretty good containing stuff.
Yeah, and Trinidad and Tobago, all the bowlers used so far, they've been reasonably neat and tidy without being too threatening. the Leeward Islands batsman. Certainly looking to put a decent score on the board. And as I see, even though they're 2 wickets down, still playing their shots as Talents Francis, who's looked good from ball 1. Can't beat the cover field there, but a good shot. Is facing Voodoo, the leading run scorer, Trinidad and Tobago captain. Right up there in the wickets column as well. Into the 1 slip. Francis just looking to maybe pull that one. Oh, the return comes in and strikes the umpire. No harm done. Just hit him on the hand as it was lobbed back to the bowler, but went over the bowler's head. Called dead ball while he just gets himself right. So slip, a point, cover, man sweeping on the extra cover boundary. Mid off, short mid wicket, and that one's thrashed through covers by Francis again. Ready to just get the single as the sweeper comes off the boundary. Good powerful arm. Guy down there on the boundary wearing 999s.
Well, we were commenting about 999. That's Ali Khan. Raid Ali Khan. We've been commenting on 999 since Monday. Looks to be a very athletic fielder.
He's got a strong arm.
That's the man there.
Tossed up again by Boodoo, stroked nicely by Richards into the cover area, but no run. Flatter and quicker that time. Completes Boodoo's over, so Leeward Islands after 19 overs. 51 for 2. Thomas Francis is going well on 25. And Eric Richards has just come to the crease. Lovely cover drive for 4, and he's on 4 not out. Looks like Ganesh Govan will continue. Bowled 4 overs so far, no maidens, 1 for 11. So 51 for 2 after 20 overs. Interesting part of the game now is see if Leewards can push on here at the Coolidge cricket ground and set something for Trinidad and Tobago to chase later on today. Goban left arm coming between the umpire and the stumps. A shorter delivery. Francis tries to pull it. Doesn't get any time in and almost pulled it straight to the short mid wicket. And the bounce to him. Goban in again to Francis, and Francis that one tries to cut it. Well fielded there. And looks like Dean at first slip. Kept a little low, that one, outside the off stump. We have had invariable bounce on these pitches. That's cut nicely. With backward point knocks it down. A chance for a run out. Throw too high, powerful, and off target, and they scamper through. Communication again, though.
Yes,
Seth.
we've spoken about it. And Tanis Francis, having caught that ball, fielder had to dive to his right, Budu. He stood up mid-pitch, literally stood up, and then wait until the return was coming to hustle home. They need to watch that as Leeward's batters. Clearly, once the ball goes in the deep, even within the circle, you have to be looking to be on the way. Once the fielder is off balance and did not collect a single on, but then we see hesitation.
Over completed there by Goban. Just the 1 run off it. So after 21 overs, Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and opting to bat, of 52 for 2.
Well, good release in terms of the pressure situation here because they were going leisurely along, not dominating the bowling, the Leewards. Trinidad and Tobago bowlers still looking in command, but at least they have been able to preserve the wickets. Lovely bit of fielding, Kerry.
Yeah, excellent bit of fielding. It was cracked into the short extra cover area. Fielded down quickly up to the task. They fielded well in general. They played well, obviously, in general. 4 wins out of 4. They will be crowned champions by the end of today, this being the final round of matches. Again, keeps a bit low, and Francis just needs to be careful playing back to those deliveries. Again, fired in, takes the outside edge, but falls short of backward points. I think they're sensing something here, said the Trinidadians, Bishu in particular, Budu, sorry, in particular the bowler. He just, I think Francis is getting a bit frustrated. They're coming off the bat nicely, but he's hitting them straight to the field, so he's trying to give himself room and go back to deliveries that he may be better off coming forward to. Again, just keeps it out.
Yes, we see that on the final delivery. That one was coming in, it was not like the others lingering outside the off stump, and here was he going back and had to immediately be defensive, but they need to play with softer hands. We need to look at placement, the precision rather than the power. Looks good with the power plays on the offside, but he is 26, building his innings nicely, but would need to be scoring more frequently. Would have had scoring opportunities, but as you rightly mentioned, hitting directly to the fielders.
Yeah, it's all about picking those gaps. Maiden over, good over there by Captain Budu as Goban continues from the northern end. Tossed up nicely, Richards comes down, greets it well, but straight back to the bowler. Well, both these Leeward Islands batsmen, Francis in particular, of course he's been there from ball 1, but they're striking the ball nicely. But as we say, finding the field too frequently at the moment, as opposed to the gaps. And Trinidad and Tobago are using a bit of experience set, would you say, or a bit of cockiness here with just rushing the Leewards. They're getting through these overs very, very quickly.
Well, they're asserting themselves. They're showing that they're the dominant team in the tournament, and at the same time, they are showing a clinical understanding of the game situation.
Good bowling. Full and direct bowling stump to stump is the left-handed Govan. Still operating between the umpire and the stumps. Tosses that one up, entices the drive, doesn't find the edge, but a good over. So that's 2 maidens in a row.
That's what you call building pressure.
Exactly. Pressure back on the Leeward Islands. So we've had 23 overs. And the score remains on 52 for 2.
I think good bowling on the part of the TNT bowlers, good placing of the field on the part of Budu, the captain, and he's now going to try to carve out a wicket here.
Yes, they've definitely got a plan, and they're bowling to their plan at this particular moment in time. Just rushing the Leewards, not letting them settle, bowling a lot of quick deliveries. Stump to stump, although that one's flighted, driven nicely by Francis. Just the single again. Up to long on. Charles there does the fielding. Score goes up by 1, 53 for 2. We're in over number 24. Richards back on strike. Budu fires it in again. But
That's the ploy.
up to the task. Yeah, most definitely. You can see exactly what they're trying to do.
They realize that they're not really penetrating with the flighted delivery because both batters are measuring it well. So every other delivery's been fired in. The Leewards batters are up to it.
Draws him out of his crease there with a looping delivery. He's trying to double bluff him. He sent Charles back to the long on boundary. And two deliveries, two consecutive deliveries, giving him a bit more flight as opposed to bowling them quicker into the pitch. Voodoo again. That one's a little quicker, edge taken, and again put down at slip.
Yes, I think Richards has been playing well since he has come to the crease. Started out with a 4, has been content to be patient. But on that occasion, I think he was a little late on the shot. Did not middle it, the ball came from the outside edge. I think he got the sense that he wanted to get along with things and may have been outfoxed there.
Most definitely. Good bowling, good intelligent bowling by Boodoo. And Goban giving him all the support he needs coming from the opposite end. So Trinidad and Tobago asserting themselves here. Leeward Islands fighting back though, fighting very nicely. They just need a decent partnership. Almost halfway through the innings. That one slashed back with a point. Good fielding again. No communication. He was sent back and Francis has been run out. Leeward Islands could ill afford that. But Richards did not move from the non-striker's end. It went back with a point. Francis thought there was a single on. He came down, sent back. Not in time though. And he's been run out. Leeward Islands lose their third. 55 for 3 set.
That's the disheartening part for young Francis because he's been batting so well. That ball really flew. He got to backward point very quickly. But the batter is still leaning on his bat at the time that Francis is halfway up the pitch and realize that he's not coming. You have to be the one coming to the danger end. You got to be looking clearly at the batter. It should have been a single given these youth.
And not only that, behind the
Deep.
striker, it should have been your call to begin with.
That's right.
So you not only should have been backing up, but you should have been calling him through.
We mentioned that against Guyana, 4 of the Leeward batters
Run out. Yes.
So with 40% of your team in the pavilion, to run out a score 53 is understandable, but should never be.
Exactly. Now they need to be careful now. 55 for 3, nearly halfway through the Leeward Islands innings as Captain Matthew Miller strides to the crease and plays that beautifully between backward point and cover out towards the boundary. Picked up now, and he's off the mark with a couple. Takes the score up to 57 for 3. No? Dead ball called by the umpire? What was that for?
I can't tell you from this distance.
Interesting. Bit more flight that from Goben, but well watched. Left alone by Miller. 2 went onto the scoreboard, but then the umpire looked like he was calling dead ball after the return came in. So I'll check that out for you. Almost a leading edge that time. Miller looking to be positive though from ball 1. Goben into him again, flighted well, and that's lovely shot through the cover region again between backward point and cover for another 2. So Miller looks rather good since he's come to the crease. A few balls he's faced.
He's showing that it can be done. It can be done without a lot of flourish, but we spoke about precision, the capacity to split the field, the capacity to penetrate the field without overhitting, without too much power. And Matthew Miller has shown that. 59 for 3 at the halfway stage.
Yep. 59 for 3 at the halfway stage, so it's pretty even Steven at the moment, but Leeward Islands need a good partnership here to be able to set Trinidad and Tobago something decent to chase. They were just prior to Francis being run out. Trinidad and Tobago were just hustling the Leeward Islanders a bit. Some good accurate bowling. Boodoo continuing. And that one slashed straight to mid-wicket, and what a catch on about the 60th attempt, Seth. What a brilliant catch. He juggled it like a magician. And Leeward Islands lose their 4th as Richards throws it away. He's gone 59 for 4 in over number 26. Leeward's ill afford that, but what a brilliant catch. He hung on to it. He was determined to hang on to it. It was slipping out of his grasp. He dived from the short mid-wicket area, grabbed it, clutched it to his chest, and then coming down.
You call it was really a brilliant catch, but it was an unforced error if you were using tennis language.
Yeah.
Because Matthew Miller had just come out and looked so easy, picking up 2 couples in the previous over. Really placed Richards, Ariat Richards, in a position in which he could just be comfortable. Easy. The previous over, his nonchalance resulted in the run out of Tanis Francis. But then he just wanted to get into the act. From the middle of the bat, could have been on the ground. But presented a lovely diving catch for Lal. Bourbon.
Oh, and that's an excellent delivery to get first up from Boodoo. Looped, spun past the outside edge. Who's the new batsman? Lawshon Borgen, right. And this time he gets closer to the ball, strokes it out into the offside, no run.
So Leewards would not be happy. Sachin Saunders caught and bowled Charles for 3 from 25 deliveries. Tanis Francis, he batted well, 27 from 63 deliveries, including 3 fours. He was the man that was running.
Again, hesitation.
We see that. Then Lyle Brown, we thought that his partnership with Tanis Francis was going to prosper, but he went just for 8 from 38 deliveries. And then, when it looked as though that when after the captain came in to replace Tanis Francis, himself and Eric Richards looked as though they were going to push it on, but Richard, he also gave way. So, 59.
Again, they hesitate as that one's peeled off the outside portion of the bat behind point. But they get through in the end to complete the over. So at the end of 26 overs, Leeward Islands 60 for 4.
60 for 4. Richards, who went previously caught Lal off the ball in a Voodoo for 6 from 20 deliveries, would have looked at the situation and would have said that things were set with himself and Tanis Francis. But that run out would have been significant in the Leeward setting a good target here. But Matthew Miller, nevertheless, he was not out on 4. And we will see exactly how that tapers off Terry. Vernon is back.
So Terry Ali Khan, number 999.
999.
Comes into the conversation. Barbados 63 for 7 against Ghana in Liberta. And Jamaica 73 for 2 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Go ahead, Terry. You calling it. We look at 999.
999. Ali Khan. Another left arm. Oh, that one keeps a bit low.
Little miscommunication, Terry, and you couldn't help but listening and you and Seth. There's no communication line, and it's simple, it's basic. Yes, no, wait. And there's a lot of hesitation between the batters, and I think one of the problems are in how they're backing up. So they're backing up and just leaving their bat in the crease there. You still have to be able to try to get out. You get into motion.
Yeah, exactly. You start the forward motion and then also calling.
No, I'll give you a reference. Look at Matthew Miller. And you see what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
Right? So he starts there. What I'm saying, he's in a relaxed position. He should be walking into momentum with the bowler so that he really starts his motion. Look at the way he is.
Tossed up an appeal for caught behind, but no, says the umpire.
Right? Your blood gotta be pumping. You
Right.
gotta be moving. You gotta be looking like
Looking
you wanna
for
run.
it,
You know,
yeah.
you wanna strike. You wanna make sure that you can get your partner off strike, get a single. Little urgency. Intent is gonna be key.
But also, as I was saying to Seth, though, that when that run out occurred, apart from Richards not moving, it should have been his call back
Yeah,
with a square.
But Richards is in the wrong position because the bat was in his right hand, not in his left hand.
Right. That one swept powerfully, but straight to fine leg. And pick up 1 to end the over. So not a bad first over there by Ali Khan. He looks very energetic, both in his bowling and in the field. Score goes up by 1, 61-4.
And it's all well, Terry and Seth, to ask youngsters to bat 50 overs. But you have to be in a position where you can put away bad deliveries. That was a bad delivery, a full toss as well. Like, you got to hit that away, into the boundary. I'm not saying getting reckless, but I'm saying there have been a lot of loose balls this morning. And I think the pressure is on the Leeward Islands that they got bowled over 53. And the objective would be to bat 50 overs. But the name of the game is to get runs.
Yeah, exactly. You still got to be mindful of keeping the scoreboard ticking over, as we were saying. They played a lot of good shots. When I say good shots, off the middle of the bat, timing is there and everything, but they continuously keep picking out the fielders. And that obviously creates pressure also and works in the bowling team's favor, where they can keep a guy on maybe longer, for a longer spell, simply because you're not turning the scoreboard over. See, all these deliveries are fired in and tossed up and everything, regardless. If bat hits ball, it ends up going straight to the field. Whoa, no, you're beaten with that one.
That was a beauty. And simply because the right hand is coming into play. So if you look at the field placing, Terry, you realize that he's bowling to a 5-4 field. So which means now that you have to be smart, and the Leeward batsers have not been able to find the gaps. That's been their major problem.
Right.
And Trinidad, you could tell the execution, they're pressing on, they're putting the pressure on the Leewards and saying to them, go for the big shot, mid on and mid off. He's out caught. Brilliant
this
catch.
time. Top catch this time. He's missed
that was a nothing shot. He just stayed there. Rather, the ball was wide.
Yeah.
You gotta hit the ball.
You got to hit the ball. It bounced up nicely for him to hit the ball, but I think that hesitation again, though, Vernon, in what we're talking about, that not being able to find the gaps, he's worrying now where to place the ball. Just takes the edge, but excellent catch by Dean. He put down a couple of tricky ones, but that one went very quickly to him. Took it nicely. Leewards lose their fifth, 61 for 5. Over number 28.
The depth of the crease there, Terry.
He didn't go back far enough.
The right foot didn't go there. It was a wide catching practice. At this level, those guys are going to punch on it. And all of a sudden, the Leeward Islands, after a good solid start, they're just losing wickets now. And so I think Matthew Miller now has to take control. Amari Jones is a decent all-arounder. He's bowled well, and he's quite capable of, putting a decent innings together. So they still got some batting down in the order. I think today could be Miller's day, 61 for 5.
Yes, with that second wicket partnership at 27 or 46 for 2. or thereabouts when that was broken. So 46 for 2 has become 61 for 5. So yes, Captain Miller and somebody there to resurrect the innings for the Leewards.
So when you look on the scorecard, Terry, there are some 22 overs to go, which means that that's still a lot of batting, still a lot of balls. And Miller can get himself a decent score. He just needs somebody to stay with him.
Yeah, it's all about building partnerships. As we say, just be wary of the fact that there's no point staying out there. You've still got to keep the board ticking over. And it's just a matter of placing it. They've picked all these spinners very well, and no one's given them, any bowler has given them any real trouble, any of the Leeward Islands batsmen, but it's simply placing their shots.
Saunders 3, Francis 27, Brown 8, Richards 6, Miller Nato 5, Bergen 2, and Jakeem Clark comes into strike. He's a good player, and he could get going here today. Could be a good score here. He's going to maybe take the attack to the spinners once he stays in. 63 for 5, not over by a long shot. Brendan Badu 2 for 8 from his 6 wicket taker so far. Sian Charles 1 for 11 from his 6, and Ganesh Gobin 1 for 16 from his 7.
All these Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, especially the spin bowlers, they all seem to have very good control. A good over there by Ali Khan. Just the one
Barbados,
off it.
Terry 69 for 9.
Wow. The defending champions have
Gadson Bowens 5, Oliver Goodin 23, Kemar Dixon 8, DeMarco Wiggins North, Justin Paris 10, Raphael Lovell the captain North, Seth Smith 4, Kobe Bayer 1, Ronaldo Boone 9, and Hines and Warrell at the crease. 69 for 9. Wicket taker so far for Guyana. Just give you an idea, Terry, just before you start, would be Jonathan Mentor, 3 for 14, Aaron Gandina, 3 for 10, and Dave Mahabir, the captain, 2 for 13. So Guyana looking for the second spot, Terry.
Yeah. Largin in charge there against the defending champions who've had a not a very good competition by their standard, just the one win this year. Buru in, and that kept low again. So the invariable bounce keeps happening. We're in brilliant sunshine now, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays this afternoon, the pitch.
Don't think it'll do any different, Terry.
No.
There's a lot of tinge of grass.
A lot of green,
here,
yeah.
And the wickets have been turning square here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Cut away, but again straight to the field. There's options for plenty of singles out there. Got long on back and mid wicket, 3/4 of the way to the fence. But that is another maiden over. 62 for 5. The score remains after 30.
And that, Terry, would be the 6th for the day.
Sixth maiden.
Yeah,
Mm.
6 maidens. So, got to understand in terms of what's happening. Clark North, Matthew Miller, who's been the leading run scorer for the Leeward Islands under 15. 74 coming into 72 runs coming into the series. He's on 5 and he's looked good. And he's got a lot of potential. Got some time for this young man, Matthew Miller.
Ali Khan tosses that very wide and called wide by the umpire.
And Terry, that was from the back of the arm.
It was, yes.
I almost thought that I was looking at Dave Mohammed. You remember Dave Mohammed, Terry?
I do. Whoa. And that is in the air, falls safely. One bounce, well fielded there by Charles.
Just thought that Miller,
But,
Clark
being
could have really, he didn't
coming
lean into that. He
right
committed
into
himself
it.
into that.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. He was like excited because he went above his eye line, straight away. You see the difference now. Miller, the long run is gone right back because Miller technically is a lot more sounder, almost like a Jason Holder type player. Somebody who can more. I think he's more dubbed for his batting. I think he's going to turn out to be a real asset for Leeward Islands U cricket going forward.
Oh, and that one nearly gets through Clark's defense.
Wicketkeeper Ramanan just rising just a little, just too early. We say good morning to the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, vice president of Cricket West Indies, Stas Ambassarat and his entire staff. Won't be able to remember all of the names.
Tossed up very high again, and that's hit powerfully through the mid-wicket area, and this one will go for 4.
That's a lovely shot. And you see the difference, Terry, the balance at the crease, and how he really just took his time and hit that one away into the vacant mid-wicket area. And that's a good cricket shot. That's what we're talking about, being able to put away those full tosses.
Yes, yeah. He was a lot quicker into position then and hit it sweetly. And tossed up and driven nicely through the cover region. He get another single. This has been a better over for the Leewards.
So Miller growing in confidence, Terry. And outside of Tannis Francis' 3 boundaries, this has been the 5th boundary so far for the Leeward Islands innings, which means that Trinidad and Tobago bowling with 31 overs bowled, 71 for 5, they've really stifled the Leeward Islands under 15 batting.
Yes, most definitely. They bowled very well. Good lines, good lengths, and bowled into their field, which has been the utmost importance. Leeward Islands have struggled to pick the gaps. But Matthew Miller, Captain Matthew Miller, is looking to change that, along with James at the moment. But since Miller has come to the crease, though, he's been one that hasn't had trouble finding the gaps.
Yeah, looks like there's more bowling change taking place. 71 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago already crowned champions. They look like Yasser Dean.
Back for a second spell.
Yeah. This is going to be a good contest with Miller. Miller really look organized. Very relaxed at the crease. Good head position. Look at his.
Yeah, he looks like a batsman. Stroke nicely up to
and he's grown since last set and myself saw him at the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, which was played right here.
Last year.
He's really shot up like a big man. Paul Miller. His brother, who's studying at University of the West Indies in Barbados, along with my daughter, Zabeda. He's also played for the Leeward Islands under 19, Paul Miller. That's a full toss, Terry.
And
down the ground.
that was lazy, yeah.
It's just a fear, intent, you know. Gotta get moving. 100, 130 on this track, Terry, could be interesting.
Could be tricky, yeah.
Now again, the head movement. Here's Clark looking to go square rather than look to hit the ball up in front of him. He's just coming. Get your eye in. Communication again. Hesitation. Just not the precision with the running. Just not clear. They missed out on at least 10, 15 singles for the day.
Yes, most definitely. And even that shot there by Clark, he was hesitant coming down on the ball. But as you were saying, he backed to a delivery that he possibly should have been forward to. And stroke it up to long on, a comfortable single.
He's got to find the gap. Miller. He's got to be able to put the attack back. He's got to put some pressure back on Trinidad and Tobago spinners. The sweeper is 3/4 of the way. And Yasser Dean, this is going to be a good contest. Miller Dean. Hit down the ground. Won't get a boundary in the end because the long run comes around nicely. But they get 1 run, Terry?
Just one, and it was almost lofted to the mid-off fielder.
No, they got two, Terry.
They get two?
Yes, they did.
Okay, well, that's good. I was going to say, because Charles had to run all the way over from
They got two, Terry.
from long on to retrieve it. 75 for
75
for 5.
Yeah. We're enjoying ourselves here. It's 11:15 in Antigua and Barbuda, 10:15 in Jamaica. Just had a little chit chat there with Robert Haynes.
130, 140.
Barbados
man, it
bowled
could
out
be
for
interesting.
69, Terry,
We've got spectators.
in 20.5 overs.
Excellent.
Barbados, so that game is going to finish most likely before lunch, Terry. Ghana certainly will be crowned second place champions. So what's up for grab now, Terry? Is third place.
Third place.
Lovely shot.
shot, that one.
That's a good shot, Terry. Beautiful. Played with intent. Hits the rope now.
Play with intent, exactly. He went through with that one rather than hesitating. Last couple of ones that have been tossed up to him. A good shot, Clark.
79 for 5. Flatter faster. Clark stands up and just punches it up to the short extra cover fielder. Slip. Trinidad and Tobago concentrating with that slip still, Terry.
Yes, and he's been in the action. Last wicket took
Wide
a
signal.
sharp catch.
Right, wide signal.
That helps. A couple of tourists in, which is good to see. Bit of support for the young men. He looks lazy sometimes, though, Clark.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the movement. It's the confidence, and that's what happens, Terry. Once the spinner tosses the ball above your eye line, if you're not accustomed to using your feet, gonna be in a little bit of problem. He's poking
Again,
that one there.
he's hit it straight to Charles.
Dropped. Oh.
Yeah, that was a bad drop, and he's hurt himself too. Looked like it
Yes,
hit
I
him
think
on
he
the
landed on the
shoulder.
ball there.
So,
Good morning to Anthony Gray, my colleague, Bridge Brasnat, Colin Murray, Selwyn Melville, all of the guys in Trinidad and Tobago, Vinod Manchan, and the entire 360 crew. 82 for 5, could have been 82, 81 for 6.
should have been. It was a regulation catch there for the long on fielder in Charles. But again, James was not committed to the shot. He just really lobbed it up. No positive intent or purpose whenever the ball's tossed up to him thus far in his innings. But he survives, and Leeward Islands move on to 83 for 5 at the end of 33. They'd be happy to know that their captain, Miller, is still there.
So Jamaica, at the end of 27, they are 99 for 3. Daly 11,
They're doing a lot better.
Gordon Jr. 8, Scott 39, Mackenzie, the captain, is on 21 not out, and Binns is just come to the crease of North. Wicket taker so far for the Windward Islands has been Glasgow 1 for 19, Sinclair 1 for 19, and Alexander 1 for 25. 99 for 3, Jamaica at the end of 27.
Dean is continuing from this commentary box end.
140 on this track, Terry, could be not 140. If they get 160, I think we have a game on here. Because the Leeward Islands, they have a good bowling lineup. And the coach, Brad Brown, in an interview last night on Mason and Guess, he did rate the Leeward Island bowling as a good bowling unit.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. 160 would be great. That would be, double of where they are at the moment. But anything 140 upwards might be very interesting. Peels off the outside portion of the bat for a comfortable 2, back with a point.
So to join the conversation regarding the total is one thing. I think, yes, the 140, 150 could be challenging with good bowling. And the Leeward's bowling is multidimensional. Also, look at the pitch. the variable bounce.
Aye.
That's a classic example. The variable bounce that it presents. We saw 2 deliveries earlier, which I wanted to comment. A situation in which a ball kept low, similar to that one. That could also be a factor here. And I think it is good batting on the part of this pair. And if they can continue to attack when they need to attack, to consolidate accordingly, they're untroubled apart from anything apart from the bounce.
Very good observation there, Seth. And you know, we've been around. We saw what happened with the Guyana and the Windward Islands, Terry and Seth. Windward Islands scored 170 something, and then you realize Guyana fell short after being in. And you just have to land the ball in the right areas here, which is going to be key. We got a new bowling change, Terry.
Yeah, bit of steam coming back into the attack.
I think it's Casaran.
19.
Mohammed, the left arm.
Left arm.
Yeah. And he looked very impressive in the last game we saw here against Jamaica. Bowled a little nippy. Yes, Dean is a little wide at first slip, Terry.
Yeah, I thought he's been a little wide all day, especially to the spinners, but he's obviously comfortable there. Because the keeper's very diminutive, he's not going to take up much space even if he dives.
So Barbados bowled out for 69.
They won't be happy with that.
Guyana would need 70. That's not good at all in terms of their performance. Defending champions, Barbados under 15. A little lazy there, Terry.
Yeah, that's why I say any ball that's full, he doesn't look fully committed to.
$99 for 4, Jamaica.
Oh,
The end of 28.
there's that bounce again.
Yeah. What, we get 4 buys now, Terry?
Yep, 4 buys signaled by the umpire.
Terry, today is the last day, and this could be tricky. Tracks here getting lower and lower.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that would have come into the calculations of the Leeward Islands winning the toss, electing to bat. Runs on the board if they feel that they can get a decent enough total. Be tricky to chase down. Mohammed in again to Clark, and Clark is standing up and punching it up to mid-off, no run.
Good positive defensive shot there, Terry. That went up to mid-off very quickly. But good positioning. When Clark's get into the right position, he looks so organized. This young man, 89 for 5.
Misfield there, but won't cost Trinidad and Tobago any more than the original single. But no, Clark looks all right, Vernon, until they toss it up. Toss it up, I think I don't know whether he gets caught in two minds, but he doesn't necessarily go through with the shot as he should.
The concern for me, Vernon and Terry, is the running between the wicket. That should have been 2 runs. So the Leewards will keep looking at their scores and perhaps do some multiplication and say perhaps we should have had many more runs than we have had all season. Because too many times the ball, in fact, it was played into the deep, it went through the fielder who was on the ground and then went close to the straight boundary, and they were only able to get 1 run. That is a factor, I think, standing between the Leewards and moving at a higher plane in terms of the standings here. Also on the issue of Barbados, even though they're not playing here, Barbados, what would they do? You look at yourself as defending champions and then surrendering so meekly, finding yourselves in a situation in which you could almost be at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, because it was only the one win they ended up with. you know. Yeah. But I think that that game where they had the chase in hand and then they lost that 6-3, I think that totally
That was against Jamaica.
derailed them against Jamaica. Yeah, yeah.
And they lost to Trinidad by 15 runs.
Right, right.
And simply in that game, they had a bowl like 42 wides in that game. So if you take all those factors into contention, it could have been a different contest for them. But if we could take us for Team Guyana, we'd see Aaron Gandina, 3 for 10. Dave Mahabir, the captain, 3 for 13. And Jonathan Mentor, 3 for 14. They were the main destroyers. Barbados, bowler for 69 in 20.5 overs. Dean continuing his impressive bowling performance here, Terry, within this championship.
He's bowled well.
He's the leading wicket taker, so
Good.
he has to bowl well.
Yeah. But he shows excellent control.
And you think before this match, bowled some 27 overs, 4 made, 65 runs, 11 wickets, and an average of 5.91.
Not bad. That's a good cracking shot.
That's a boundary.
Straight in the boundary that time.
The class of Matthew Miller.
Yeah,
Leeward
got
Islands
the
under
placement.
captain.
He put it over the short extra cover and wide enough that the sweeper had no chance on the extra cover boundary. 4 runs.
Budu also
4
with,
handy runs.
sorry Terry, Budu with 8 wickets from 23 overs, 90 runs. Kazaram also picked up 7 wickets, and Budu Singh 6 wickets. So the bowlers have been in the conversation. Terry.
Looking for 2 this time, but not on. But at least the intent was there, because that was stroked through short extra cover again by Miller. Bring the over to an end. So after 36, is it? 36 overs, Leeward Islands 96 for 5.
96 for 5. A good contest taking place. And like I said, Terry, and Seth, I wanted to raise this with you because last night on Mason and Guess I was saying that I don't know if the national, or most of the federations, the associations have the resources to deal with your cricket.
That's
We'll come back
nice
to that
shot.
discussion, Terry.
Miller's
And
coming into
Seth.
his own here. He placed that beautifully through the mid-wicket region. Picking up another 2. He's looking ominous. Score goes up to 98 for 5. Sorry, Vernon.
The reason why I said that, Seth, is that let's look at the Leeward Islands. They don't have any coaches. Most of the children go to a education system, to a Ministry of Sports system. You know, it's something that we have to revisit, and it's maybe even the same thing all around in Jamaica. In Barbados, they have National Sports Council coaches. We're asking the federations, associations, or territorial boards to come up with the idea of dealing with your cricket. 100 up here, Seth.
Yes.
For the Leeward Islands.
As we give Terry a break, Vernon, you've asked a very serious question, and that is one for the asking. So whereas, let's say Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, that may be okay.
Hoist this into the air and into the boundary, wide long on for 4.
Yes, this pair, they are really looking to push things along. They're pushing it beyond the 100 now. Matthew Miller is showing that he's not going to stick around, and he has moved like Tanis Francis into the 20s. But the point that you're making is that the national system in Antigua, for instance, Antigua is only a subsector of the Leewards, but at the same time, you really don't have the supporting structure. You don't have all the resources that you'd like. There are coaches available, but how many? And we are, while we're having cricket, this on the age cricket on Fridays, they're having football within the same. I couldn't understand. And at the same time, then in the Leewards, you have to name a coach, perhaps a week or 2 before the tournament. So you're pulling a coach together who have to deal with players from across borders. You don't have all the financial resources which may be available, let's say, to a Barbados through the National Sports Council, through the lottery there. You may not have the SDF support that you may have in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. They also have quite a bit of resources. Guyana has had the structure and the history of playing continuous cricket. It's a large country because it's not no little territory. So they have to find their ways. Windwards and Leewards already have their challenges with territorial issues, island to island, which makes it more expensive. But at the same time, I think some of the secrets lie in what you were proposing earlier about sponsorship at various levels, about what we mentioned at the beginning with the parental support, that if you have parents, in the case of Barbados, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, traveling with the teams. But ultimately something has to give if we're saying that cricket has now moved to become a huge sport. When I say financially, not just national teams, but with the franchise system, we ought to give it some more support.
106 for 5. Pulled away. Down to the boundary for 4. That's a good cricket shot there by Clark. And the Leewards, a little wayward bowling there set. He pounced onto that short delivery, rolled the wrist over.
That was not just a good shot, but a commanding stroke. He really played it like a big man. He's just stopped on one leg and he hammered it down short, well, to the back of the square boundary or the long leg boundary for 4. So excellent stuff.
So 110 for 5. We speak here. Maybe just coming up maybe for a water break anytime soon. And it's been, although it's not heavily hot set, you could feel the heat.
Yes, it is rather humid. We have not seen the sun or in its glory as we saw on Monday, but it is real humid, so you could understand the issues with the players, the young players, and it's good to see that the Leewards are fighting back. Now, so I'm just going back to the issue you raised earlier about how things can change. A defending champion, Barbados, already know they're out of the tournament, but then the coaches got to look at a few things. They lost their last 6 wickets for 25 runs, 24 runs in their game so far. And against Guyana, yes, they would have had some small losses, 17 and 16 runs respectively, to Trinidad and Jamaica. But at the same time, you'd ask yourself, you know, what is it? Is it that the competition is more competitive than we are seeing because we're looking for big runs? Oh, lovely shot over the top. It was a full toss, and Matthew Miller hammered it. An attempt by the man at backward point for a catch. But Miller marches on, and he is looking good, Vernon.
I also want just an observation set. I have to get the name of this umpire, the square leg umpire. I just find that he's just too close. And he did that in the last game with Trinidad and Tobago. He was very nonchalant in his own body language there. Miller was asking if that ball wasn't above the waist, really, but it was a good cricket shot by Matthew Miller.
Very good cricket shot, even though Charles, the leading, the opening fast bowler, is back. I think say 1, say 2 for the umpire. You may go too close, but you may also go too far and can't quite judge the run out or the stomp-ins as you'd have liked. So Leewards fighting back. It's good to see that fight from well steered by Miller. Will that be a 4? Lovely shot. He got it almost on the volley, Vernon, and it was just excellent wrist work. Just steered it past the fielder at wide, third man for 4, and Matthew Miller is showing what batting can be.
Well, I was talking about the positioning of the umpire set. He's just on the practice area of the pitch there. He really should give himself a little bit more room, because I just think that he's automatically real close. And we'll make the comparison when the standing umpire goes to square leg.
Another good delivery from Charles. Miller misses. But as I was saying, there could be 2 thoughts on the umpire's mind. He may think that he gets a better view at a potential stomping or run out. Being that close, he may also say that the youngsters are not hitting the ball that hard, that if one peels off the bat, that he could be in jeopardy. So, you know.
118 for 5. Charles working up some steam here, dropped the sitter. Miller driving inside out over cover, 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Miller on the go here. He's on the march.
3 offside boundaries in this over. 12 coming off Miller's bat, and he has been in control of every shot.
Today could be his day. I said that to you, Seth. And today is a day where he maybe put his hand up and said, listen, I can get myself a good score here, 60, 70. He's already moved into overdrive. And as we speak, he's 42. Really looking good, young Matthew Miller. Clip that into the mid-wicket area, getting 1 run. And as setter's been calling, just need to get the communication going positive with the running.
Yes, I think Miller is looking good. I think he would have reviewed the tournament to date. He may say, I am the leading scorer for the Leewards, but I have not scored 100 runs. You know, I should not be scoring 80 runs after 4. I am much better than that. And he would have said, yes, everyone expects my bowling to spark. It may not have been the leading light in terms of wicket. It has been consistent and consistently good. So he realizes that to put up himself and to challenge for an opportunity, he has to score runs. That's what he's doing. The point for him is that he has, another 14 overs. As far, is it another 12, we reckon, for the Leewards?
Another 12.
Another 12.
And if he bats all 12, he can get himself 100 here, based on how he's hitting the ball right now.
Right. And that's the approach. So he's saying, I am not overawed by the nature of things, that TNT, they're the leading team. They have already won the championship, but I am playing cricket. I am playing ball for ball.
That's the right objective. I'll give you an update in terms of what's happening in the other matches. New bowler. That kept real low. Coming back into the conversation now, Kasaram. Kasaram, like I said to you before this game, would have bowled 20.4 overs, 1 maiden, 71 runs, 7 wickets. He's a little nippy medium pacer. He showed that so far.
What a classic shot from Matthew Miller. Just playing that one nicely along the ground to the deep mid-on position.
Miller, 45 sets from 45 balls, 44 minutes at the crease. Certainly looked in control, this young man. Let's say 45, 44. He's bowled. Played down the wrong line.
Well, I guess when Kassiram came back into the attack, one may have been wondering, why didn't Badu go for one of the spinners, either bring back himself or Dean? But he may have thought that this partnership is moving along rather quickly with Miller on 44, and he would have said, I am not going to give, even though Miller may be free scoring, I need to look at the other end.
And so there's a water break. I don't think it's the official water break, is it? The umpires, it's hot. And
the umpires are asking them to return to play.
Yeah, but it's hot. You know, and that's why I'm talking about leniency. In fact, there seems to be, because the folks who thought
yes, the players came on, they substitute to rightly do some replenishing of the energy of the youngsters. The umpire was not pleased that it was quick enough. So I thought the groundsmen thought it was the official water break. So they were coming out to mark. But they were rightly sent back by the umpire. So, Vernon, when you look at this, the question you'd ask yourself from a Leeward Island standpoint, that how soon after that dismissal that we have seen of Jaheim Clark, so who is going to stick around with Miller?
Jones has the capability. Aaron Jones, the left-hander. Yeah, he is. And already Miller calls him down and says, listen, just stay with me.
That's good leadership.
Yeah, just stay with me. Just stay with me.
It's his first ball, and he was really looking to have a hoik down through the line. Matthew Miller calls him down. Didn't stay afar. Change the mindset. Change the approach. We can get some runs.
Guyana 9 for 1 set.
It could be a doozy.
Could be. Don't know.
Because Barbados at one stage, they were marching on nicely at 54 for 4.
We'll find out. Jones whipping that with the bottom hand set down to long on for a single. Came into the right area there. But he's done the right thing because at least he did listen to the captain. He got a single.
The minute I saw Maury Jones, even bowling, you can see that he's a cricketer.
Jamaica won 11 for 7 set.
Well, they can build up. They need to get over 150.
So it's all happening. This has been the highest total so far for the day, 125. Miller gets a beauty.
Yes, Cassie Ram.
And you know what happened, right, Seth? He was playing for a single.
That's right. Trying to get the strike at the end of the over. Did not get it. 125 for 6. The Leewards winning the toss and batting after 39 overs. So it's really good going here in this tournament. Matthew Miller, we mentioned that he is on 44 and going at basically a run per ball, which is commendable at this standard. He has struck so far. He has had what? 6 fours, 3 in 1 over. Yes, 3 in 1 over. And now it's Jones. Can Jones stay with him as Dean is back?
Jones is having a heave, 2 square leg set for 4.
Yes, picked it up nicely. It was a sort of chance he shot because I believe he picked that off the middle stump and played across the line and did it well. Good eyes.
Good eyes. Support for Miller. I'd like to see these two bat all 10 overs set, and because we can have a game on here. 129 for 6. Jones going again. Oh, that's a poor shot. You don't play that. Your captain is on 44. That shot is not needed.
And you just had a 4.
Come on. Somebody has to put on their thinking cap here.
Hoyt wanted to go
You
down the
have
ground.
at least even 10 overs to go. No one is giving support to the captain. Somebody has to spend some time there.
You can tell Miller wants to be there as Jones walks out because he walks all the way to meet the incoming batter, who is Tilakani. Perhaps he's having some wise counsel. Maybe saying, if you are not comfortable, just give me the strike.
But
we got to be there to the end.
Tilakani come back,
Can
set.
bat, definitely.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm wondering if he's injured, set, because just looking at him coming out there, he didn't look himself. He's been the leading bowler. He's also one of the bowlers for the Leeward Islands who's picked up a number of wickets, but he can back set. So let me see what his body language looks like. But walking, coming out there, he just seemed to have had a limp, coming out there. So we'll find out. 129 for 7. Miller approaching a half century. 44. Dean to Tilakani. Good delivery, landing in the right area. And played it well. Tilakani, his left foot looks like his hamstring or his thigh muscle. Something just looks a little bit off here. Strokes it right up to cover. So we have at least about 10 overs to go here. And if Tilakani can maybe just settle in here with Miller, first approach would be for Miller to get to his half century and just build on that half century. Young Matthew Miller. Tilakani is ooh. And they get a single that was played between Dean and the short extra cover in the air.
I'm trying to figure out what either may have expected that the other would have done it, because that should have been a catch.
Sometimes you just need a little luck. Tilakani maybe needed that luck. I think Miller still has to remain focused. Full toss, strokes it. Should have done better with that, but he gets a single in the end. And direct hit there, which he had. But I think Tilakani got in the end. So the score at the end of 40, Leeward Islands 131 for 7.
Yes, I think they have really ridden well on that partnership between Clark and the man himself, Matthew Miller, because that partnership would have certainly given the Leewards some fight. They were 61 for 5. When Jaheim Clark went for 14, they were 124 for 6. Vernon, it simply means that partnership added to the Leeward Leeward some 63 runs. Can they get another one in? Or would Matthew Miller feel that it's all on his shoulders? As we mentioned, they need to go over 150. They need about 170 here. They're going to challenge this TNT team. It's the final power play that starts at the beginning of this over.
116 for 7, Jamaica. Tia Edwards, 3 for 10. So he's come into the conversation. He's picked up some wickets and sent some shivers to the Jamaica dressing room. Leewards, 131 for 7. Make it 132 as we speak. No, came off of Miller's pad. Umpire came across. So my eyes faded me for a little while there. Wasn't close enough to see that one. Over at new all important game, Miller driving, can't score, he's on 45. 69 all out, Barbados in 20.5 overs. And Ghana, as we speak, they're 19 for 1. The game should be over before lunch or by lunch. Here at the Coolidge ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, Leeward Islands, home team, 132. Miller drives down to Charles at long on. Some visitors decided that they weren't going to take the sun anymore, and so they have found the shade at the CIU end area. And they say, not today. Not today. and maybe they have another 2 weeks here in Antigua and Barbuda, so they certainly don't want to get sunburned. Here is a positive shot being played by Tilakani up to mid-off, getting an easy single. I want to say good morning to my colleague, my longtime friend, Noel Gishard out to the Molyneux area. Another one of the young graduates coming here, Tilakani, Gishard, Steve Saunders and those guys still trying to search around and keep the cricket active in the Molyneux Keon area. Wide delivery here. Not Tilakani, he surprised the bowler that he was called wide, Kasaram. Miller on 45.
It was a slow delivery, smart.
Back of the hand, sort of slow delivery from Kasaram. Like the approach, sort of like a Rad Emret sort of action, body language. And you know, it's just amazing sometimes when you see the youngsters, they model somebody.
That's right, they're good at emulating those.
Drive, true cover, get a couple of runs there. Let's see what's going to be happening. And get 1 run.
I've not had a chance to see Fontaine in this series, and he's a special player. He's a special player.
Well, for anybody to score 100 at this level, you got to be special. But you could imagine, Seth, if the Leeward Islands maybe had 2-3 weeks working with this team.
That's right.
All of the things we're talking about, running between the wickets and the communication, would have been sorted out. Lovely on drive, assertiveness in terms of the situation. Yes, you had a couple of games played there, but they didn't have, outside of the camp in Nevis, you needed at least almost 2.5 weeks coming into this tournament to gel. Eight territories one way and 4 the other way.
It has to be addressed differently.
Has to. The conversation, there's a whole different conversation.
Some days good days, some days bad days, but they enjoy life,
Good cricket here. Yeah, the communicate
Lack of communication and understanding.
and trust.
And trust, that's right. Because even if the day going by, you know the play you're batting. Sometimes you don't even see that. Sometimes it's just a look at
It's just an eye and you're gone. You're gone. But, 138. Seth, and people have to understand this, right, Seth? Even relay teams, successful relay teams, right? The team lives together, They eat together, they do everything together, because they're on one mission, and that is to win a medal. Same thing applies for all team sports.
Out of the Leewards, and it's not to say that the team is stronger than the others. Maybe it's a team or two, maybe a certain team from Antigua that may perform better than the Leewards team simply because they have been playing together over time.
Yeah, have to adjust that. And, like I said, the talking is over. 139 for 7. This has been a real good partnership. And finally, Seth, I think we're going to come up to have a water break. In the end, the umpire, Mr. Ogis, one of the top, Felix Ogis from Antigua and Barbuda, is one of the real good umpires. Good to see some of the standbys being given the opportunity. And now the groundsman will come on with 8 overs to go. Exciting time. Seth, the St. Kitts and Nevis Carifta team had to overnight here. They're leaving this afternoon on the British Airways flight to go back to St. Kitts. And there's been a massive celebration being organized for them this afternoon when they land on the Robert Llewellyn Bracha International Airport. There's going to be a motorcade being organized for the youngsters. St. Kitts and Nevis winning something close to like 11 Carifta medals. 4 gold medals St. Kitts, Antigua and Barbuda. In fact, I was matching up all of the medals Terry, set won by the OECS. It was 37 in total combined. And if you look on the medal count, the OECS would have placed easily 3rd. Jamaica winning out for the 37th time, Bahamas. Yeah. So they now have a track in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So the only country who's missing out and getting a track, St. Kitts and Nevis has 2. One in Nevis, one in St. Kitts. Yasco is just being repaired. The only countries that are missing out, don't have tracks yet, Terry, set, is Anguilla and Dominica. Along with Montserrat. Yeah. Terry, you need to make yourself organized, Terry.
Take a break here. I think we have Matthew Miller on 49 Vernon.
Oh.
He needs to realize that with 49, but it is not enough.
No, he needs to bat. He needs to bat the rest of the 8 overs.
At the end of the break, realizing that your team needs you and focus after dismissal that has been a part of apart from his 49, Tannis Francis for 27 for 43 balls, 3 fours. Would have been interesting if those two would have gotten together. I think they were just separated by that. Unfortunate run out, but we see
Tannis Francis, lovely player. Matthew Miller, set. He also played for the Leeward Islands under 17 last year, so he went from under 15 to under 17. I think this year he can go all the way up to the under 19 level, even though I know that the rule has changed, because I understand that most of the players who played last year, because there's no World Cup, they'll be eligible to come and play also here. As we speak, set, I think we see a little change here in the approach. Miller, Tilakani, you will have to give the captain some support. This is going to be an important period. He steers this down to 3rd man. There's no 3rd man, and it will hit the ropes now. Boundary to Tilakani. A boundary the Leeward Islands need. 143 for 7. And just for a moment, the players looked around to Budu and said, "Where's the 3rd man?" So he now has the 3rd man. So 143 for 7. Short. Tilakani working this into the mid-wicket area. The fielder misfields, and they'll get Miller slips coming there on the practice area. Score in the meantime goes up to 144 for 7. My manual Scorers have left me stranded, so I've had to score in my head. Cassiram into ball to Miller. Miller drives stylishly through cover. He pushes up one there. 50 up for Miller. His mother is shouting. A little oh, gotta get 2 runs there. 50 to Matthew Miller, the first of the season. Leading run score for the Leeward Islands so far. Coming into the series with 72 runs. And what a knock by the young man. And if he can bat the remaining 7 overs, the Leeward Islands could get up to 175, 180, and that could be a tricky score here on this track at Coolidge.
Well, this has been an excellent inning. Looks a touch above the rest. Class knock by Matthew.
Force down the ground here by Tilakani. That's a good cricket shot by the man down to long on. And the Leewards growing in confidence, 146 for 7. Last wicket fell set at 7 for 129. So this has been an important period of play here with the score here. Motoring on. They're approaching 150. If they get 175, 180 set, I think we have a game on here.
And I think Tilakani has been really supporting Miller well. Looks to be in good touch.
Miller driving sweetly through cover. If he wants, he can get 2 runs. Is he thinking about it? Yes, he gets 2 runs. That's good urgency. That's good running. So Miller on the march here. End of over number 43, 7 overs to go. And the Leeward Islands are 147 for 7 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. You're listening to coverage of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Super 50 Championship. Is the final round of matches here. Closing ceremony tonight set at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We know for sure, and we say congratulations are in order to Trinidad and Tobago under 15 for being crowned champions at the end of round 4. .27 for 1 Guyana. Barbados bowled out for 69 on drive here by Tilakani down to Charles. Brings the score up to 149 for 7 at the end of this over. Set will be joined by Terry Laraja. This has been a good contest here. Good game of cricket. Yasser-Dean, the leading wicket taker so far in the competition, looking for more wickets. Miller plays this into the short final era. 150 up for Team Leeward Islands. And Miller growing in confidence. He's still there. 6 overs to go after that. And if these two can just sneak another 30, 40, we have a game on here. Set. Here's Miller driving in the air. Gives it away. Caught it mid-off. He didn't get to the pitch of that one set. And a comfortable catch taken by the fielder down at the mid-off area. Just too early. Just thought that he could have just waited. That shot certainly was one. Just stroke it down the ground. Bat all of the overs. 151 to 180 would have been a complete different score. He's been the one who's been there just for the one lapse for the day. Miller gives it away at an important time.
He played it with a powerful shot, not full-blooded on base and pace. No, he didn't. And it presented a confident attack, yet he wrote so that he was giving his team So the one to come, Miller.
Dean.
Well,
Dean really getting the ball to talk here now, Seth.
yes,
He-
nothing can help you more than a wicket and getting the wicket of the leading batters for the Leewards. In fact, the Leewards captain.
I think maybe that might complete his spell. He'd have picked up his 12th wicket within this EV so far. Seth, you can give me the bowling figures
Yes.
for him.
Well, Dean, that is prior to this. In fact, by our reckon, he has completed 9 overs, 2 for 31. So he has pretty much done his part here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So has at least 1 to go.
Yeah, certainly. Yes, yeah, Dean, 9 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. So he's already came into this championship in the 4th round with 11 wickets. He's now got 13 wickets. He'll be looking to try to get the 14th wicket. Herbert is driving. Communication, he gets away. The keeper missed it. There's just not any assertiveness at all in terms of the communication. He almost had a mix-up with Herbert and Tilakani. But in the end, all was well. Highest partnership of the day was Clark and Miller, 63. 27 the next best, Brown Francis, Saunders Francis. Here is Tilakani pulling this one into the mid-wicket area, getting a single. So Trinidad and Tobago have used 7 bowlers. Sion Charles, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Alexander Kasaram, who's into his 9th over so far, 1 for 34. Yasir Dean, 9 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. Ganesh Gobin, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. And the captain, Brenda Boodoo, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 8 runs, 2 wickets. Ali Khan, 4 naught, 17 naught. Bang on target, and Herbert defends. And Aaron Mohammed, the left armer, 2 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, no wickets. Leeward Islands fighting on here, 154 for 8, 21 extras in the innings so far by Trinidad and Tobago set.
Well, they are the champions. This is just a party game, we'll call it.
I don't think the coach is thinking anything about party. They still have their game plan set, and they would want to execute in a very big way here.
And they have shown it, as we even mentioned, consistently. It's always predictable that the opening bowlers would take their 5. So they have a clear plan, and it has worked for them.
Herbert, can he get some runs? He's driving inside out over cover, pass mid off. And we'll get a couple of runs. If he comes back, they can get 3. No, they're not interested in 3. They're only interested in 2. Good return, good out cricket here from Trinidad and Tobago. Over number 45 ball. So we're talking about 30 deliveries. If they get 30 single set, they get up to 186, which is interesting.
Yes, but I think even another 20 runs would present a challenge given the depth of the Leewards bowling. You're looking at that same combination, Miller, Jones. Apart from the spinners, we also have Herbert. It's a formidable bowling lineup.
Tilakani.
He
you said, apart from the spinners.
Yes, apart from the spinners.
But the seamers, I think Jones, if those guys can bowl wicket to wicket, Yassedin into his final over, Tilakani sweeping. He'll get a couple of runs here. If he wants, he can come back for the second run. But I think he's injured set. I know I wanted to march hard on him.
You may be correct from the beginning that he may be injured.
Something with his tie there.
Was limping coming on. Because that should have been 2.
Easily 2 runs, but it could seem either he's growing or some error. He doesn't look fleet-footed, so he played it safe, 157. Let's see what Herbert will do. Herbert is having a go at this one. Needs to get he's a big guy, he said, so he needs to get his foot to the pitch of the ball. And I know if he makes contact, it could go all the way. Let's see if he can execute. Yasir Dean is a very cunning bowler. He's thinking about it. down the onside, wide signal. He tried something different simply because Herbert was looking to come inside, and so he wanted to change up the angle.
I have not picked a 6 on this venue.
I've not seen anything since we've been here.
And this, of the 3, maybe the smaller
Yeah.
of the venues.
Here is Herbert missing delivery. Why? Because he was pulling away. So he didn't go deep in the crease, because had he gone deep in the crease, he'd been able to find the gap, pass backward point, slip, waiting patiently. 158 for 8. Dean into Herbert. Herbert is tugging this one, can't score. You almost got to get out of the way there, because Dean said, where are you going? Get back into your crease. Look like he's down. Yes. Let's see if the medics are around.
Yes, it was a throwback
Yeah.
to Ramanan from Dean when Herbert was attempting a single, and we can't quite see where it may have struck, but it's the inner part of the knee. You know, that could be a tough little part, sensitive area, but we're not sure what has happened. But they're definitely looking at him with the score on 158 for 8. You'd not like anything to go wrong with your wicketkeeper.
We haven't seen any movements of any medics. I'm even surprised that the coach, maybe from the Trinidad and Tobago team, has maybe not. They're now organizing themselves, because
Well,
I don't see anybody from the medic.
He's
team.
back out on his feet. He's back up on his feet. Yes, we have not seen anybody coming from the bench at all. In fact, instead we're seeing a few water
Ron Daniel
coming out for the
just
Leewards.
bringing out a water break here for the Leewards. 158 for 8.
Perhaps they're saying you're a
never-
tough cookie.
Yeah, but you never know, Seth.
Well, that's true. It's the under
Not-
15.
Not in these circumstances, Seth, where you think they have concussion rules and all the other things that are happening now. We gone are the days when we take things for granted, Seth.
Cristiano Ramanan maybe saying, yes, I needed some help. That's true. The game has changed. How has it changed? Significantly.
The bodies, even the body structure of the athletes too, Seth. Yasser Dean into both to Herbert. Flatter, faster. Herbert works this into the onside, gets a single, and gives a strike to Tilakani. Score in the meantime goes up to 159 for 8. 159 for 8.
A much better scorecard than when they were 61 for 5.
Yeah. Here was Tilakani. Driving is caught at first slip on the second rebound by Boodoo.
Good reflexes on the part of Boodoo.
And he kept his eyes on it.
That's right. He was coming up, lost the ball, and before he got past his ankle, he was there in a flash, taking things in good stride. The Leewards looked as though they could be bowled out below 160.
They just have to bat. They're 4 overs away, Seth, from batting. And that's why it was so important. Miller got out at a critical time. Didn't need to get out at that time. His objective would have been to just bat all of the overs. Bat all of the overs. Leewards would get up to 180, 190. And he would get himself a decent score of 70, 80 not out.
Now they have to try again. They have to get some solution from someone. Gadari
Comes out.
is capable as well.
Yeah, but
He would expect Herbert to do most of the scoring. Now the 11 runs gets it up to 170.
so we're talking about 4 overs to go. Don't think they've made the change on the scoreboard. Let me just make sure that I have that right set. Yeah, so 4 overs to go. Herbert comes quietly forward and understands in terms of what's happening. So the folks listening to us on the manual scoreboard, 159 for 9. 4 overs remaining in the day's play. 4 overs. Herbert is tugging this one, but can't beat the short mid-wicket. 159 for 9. Leeward Islands almost in a position where they can maybe just get another 10-15 runs. Short, and he's clubbing this one in there, gets away with it. Long on and the long of a right back. And it drops in no man's land. Herbert gets one. And Gadari comes into strike. Score in the meantime goes up to 160 for 9. 160 for 9. Leeward Islands batting first here. An accomplished knock from the Leeward Islands captain, Matthew Miller. 53, 59 balls. 6 panking boundaries. Gadari looks very fancy. Turns that into the short middle area.
Play that one technically correct, as though he's the opening bat.
Yeah, maybe he is. We just never know. These days, the young players are all three-dimensional. They're batsmen, bowlers, they're everything. Yeah, just needed to just step out into that one right there. So
He's showing good competency as a batter, as the final batter of the innings.
he certainly is. 160 for 9. Gadari gets a delivery and steers it into the offside, and he gets a single. So that's good run again. And in fact, he can get more.
Yes,
But he
they're
slipped,
not,
and
though.
Herbert was almost unconcerned because he wasn't paying attention to the game, Herbert.
Precisely. He did overrun and was just still walking away leisurely.
And there was no
Being
need for him to
present.
overrun because the ball went into the opposite direction.
Again,
So 47 overs bowled, 3 overs to go. Leeward Islands 162 for 9. Do I have that right? Set.
yes, you're correct. 162 for 9. And with 3 overs remaining,
The
Vernon,
main scoreboard has 161, right?
yes.
Okay, so let's hope that our folks can work with us.
Gadari getting off the mark, and then we have Herbert on 5. And these two must have a target in mind, not an individual target, but a team target. They would say if we can get it up to 170, we have a score that we can defend.
So Brendan Badu, he is back into the conversation. Some 3 overs to go. Sweeping Gadari, beautiful shot there. And I'm looking again, set at the square leg umpire. Where is he going?
Vernon, the run in between the wicket is my concern. That
Yeah.
ball was lobbed, nicely swept over the field at short back of the square. He had to run back. The single was taken well before he got onto the ball, and Herbert said no. And Gadari has shown good batting skills.
Well, maybe Herbert is a senior here and he's been given instructions.
But you need to score off of every ball, and the skill set that we have seen for Gadari with the bat is not problematic. It's
I
good.
certainly understand that. Herbert didn't know anything about that. He was winding up to go for a maximum, and he's still thinking about it. Fooled him completely. Budu is smiling. 162 for 9. Budu to Herbert. Flatter faster. Herbert technically coming across nicely. Plays it into the cover area. Can't score.
They need to now start to count balls. It's a survival game, but beyond survival, they need to score runs.
Pitched up, and Herbert didn't look at the ball. He just swung.
And
Certainly
is
not
that the
watching
reason
ball.
why he didn't want to take the single?
Yeah, but you gotta get runs still because he missed the ball
Precisely.
completely.
3.
So he's not even looking at the ball.
3 successive deliveries.
The ball is outside the line of the off stump, and he's looking to hit the ball over into the mid-wicket area. You
Take
have
every
to
single that counts.
gotta look at the ball. Budo to Herbert. Flatter,
Oh.
faster. He's bowled him.
And that's
Bowled
the
him.
point that I'm making. After refusing a second run and then playing 3, missing 3, and then the 4th, being bowled by the 4th, not really serving Leewards the purpose that it should have. He should have taken the second run, gotten Gadari back on strike. May have been a different ask. But the
162 all out set. Leewards bowled out under 50 overs again.
Well, we would ask ourselves, is it enough runs? Or would we ask, would TNT go in feeling, well, we have already wrapped up the championship and this should be easy pickings for us? They may well feel so, and they may be justified because the final, 2 overs remaining in terms of the final score at 162 all out will be definitely in favor of the TNT team. Nevertheless, we did say that the Leewards, they have a good bowling attack, but they are 162 built on the back of a superb knock of 53 from Matthew Miller, the captain. 6 4s from his 59 deliveries, really leading the way For the Leewards on the 15, Tanis Francis scoring 27 from 63 deliveries, including 3 fours before he was run out. Apart from that, there has been a knock of 14 from Jaheim Clark, and then Conal Tiliconi scoring 15, the only other player to get into double figures. The Leewards 162 all out being bowled out here. Trinidad and Tobago, they will feel happy. 1 for 24 from 7 overs from Sion Charles. 1 for 38 from 9 overs from Kusiram. 3 for 34 from 10 overs from Dean. And Gobin 1 for 10 from his 7 overs, pretty much 1 for 16 rather from his 7 overs. And then Brendan Boudou, the man who took the last wicket, ending with 3 for 8 from his 7 overs, really doing well at the back end of the innings. Ali Khan none for 17, and Mohammed having none for 10. So we'll be back.
It's lunchtime.
With the Leewards having to defend 162 with TNT feeling that they've already captured the championship. They would want to go, Vernon, with a 100% record. Until then, we will join you in 30 minutes' time.
So how does an Antigua?
Not like you. We don't. Certain times.
I like how it's changed. Students and
games you miss? Para only kami, di ko na 15 and I'm sure you want to come. Wala lang po talaga. Wala po sa na cute na gusto ko. Wala ka na rin from dito pag ano ka lang mahal. Hindi ka lang.
Go down to the office. I'll be back.
The game? That the game? Yeah. Have plenty.
I would love
Well, right is that, yes, I must go ahead.
Actually, no, push me to the I will come one year.
Well, you know, this is one of the most. Share the plan with this. This is she lives there, but you probably know her. That's not the case.
Yeah.
Yes. You are wrong.
Everyone
By me. I'm living by me. She ain't going all the way. That was really fast.
Mommy, daddy home? I was answering to somebody in the sea.
But he, let me tell you something. He is somebody that's in Trinidad Stadium because it's Trinidad State Party. He's the one that stays. Then going to fly with
It's
us.
not good. A video.
Home street,
That was
right?
Christmas. I don't know.
Yeah, Right on that, right on that. That's the thing. Yeah.
Because they will say, this was not for something.
Nobody from me here. I was asking me a question. I didn't know what the answer.
They have to go to the transport board.
Them themselves.
Yeah. Because they don't have to walk with their passport.
Even if they're Antigua?
Yeah. You have to walk with the passport because they have to see that information as to your nationality and stuff like that. Put back every
So me, my nationality is nationality is
half
Trinidad and
Antigua,
Indian.
half Trinidad,
Yeah.
I can see that.
Not whole Trinidad.
Well,
My naturalization.
you married an Antiguan or you
I'm married,
parents?
but something married, but I was living here before 7 years.
Okay.
I've been here 14 years.
Okay.
I was naturalized before I met him.
Ah.
So us getting married is not a problem. But but I just wanted to know because one of his friends lost their license. In fact, they found it back after they get a new one. But they lost the license and we have no idea how to proceed yet because in Trinidad, here you have to make a report. So you have to
No, it's for the passport. That's the only report you have to do. Go to the procedure. You have to do like write a separate, yeah. It's an official report because you will have to get the police report
to go and get a new
to get
passport.
yours and you have to pay for that.
No, pay is when you come. It's like the procedure. No,
Right.
but
No,
when I
it's a
tell him,
license.
a
Go to
license,
transport board. They would tell them to go to transport.
it's on the same street as the new, right?
Yeah, so whatever. Let me make a call and I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Because I don't want to tell you something. I will call somebody that work up there and find out and then let you know exactly.
Thank you.
Okay,
That would be
all right. Okay.
If you want, I can come and meet you.
Okay, sure.
Serendipity. Straight flight. This fella is Randy. Well, anything that causes, no, anything that causes one to put themselves away from the rigors. Grant. How is that? What's that? She's a police woman. I think I will.
Oh, behind it? Oh. Now what I'm saying. Wait, that you.
We are multiracial,
No, I know.
some of them believe in the sun, some believe in the moon, some believe and now we went to church too much.
When?
We used to go to church.
Where?
Go to Sister
No,
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, where we are in the final match of the West Indies on the 15 championship. And this match is between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. This morning, the Leeward Islands won the toss and elected to bat, and they were bowled out for 162 or 48.1 overs, with Matthew Miller, the captain, leading the way with 53. Trinidad and Tobago, they're just about to start the chase to complete in their mind a clean sweep. If they can get to 163, it will definitely be a clean sweep. And Terry Liraji is beside me. I'm Seth Burton, as we will be delighted, along with Vernon Springer, to carry you this game. So the Leewards are ready, and they are hoping they can get a good start. Not so in terms of the fielding on that occasion, because that first delivery, they should not have gotten the single, Terry, but in the end it was quite an easy single. Jaheim Clark, the bowler.
Yes, they need to be sharper in the field. Good afternoon, Seth, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners, wherever you are. This could be quite a tricky chase here for Trinidad and Tobago, depending, of course, on how well the Leewards bowled. But that was an excellent innings by Captain Matthew Miller. He looked ominous from ball one when he stroked his first delivery through the covers, and he played a very nice knock. Partnership of 63 for the 6th wicket with Jaheim Clark, who is opening the bowling. And that made the difference, Seth, between from 60 odd for 5, between a score of just about 100 to the 162 that they ended up posting. So
certainly 61 for 5 to the eventual score of 162, an extra 100 and realizing for those last 5 wickets. Dimitri Ramjatan is the one facing, and he looks good, looks solid. He wanted like to, through their medium fast bowlers, dent the TNT batters wide. Signaled by the umpire. First extra of the innings.
They need to be on their toes, disciplined in their line and lengths to the leewards and in the field. Hot afternoon here. The sun is out in all its glory. At Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of West Indies. Cricket West Indies, that is.
Well, when we say cricket West Indies, it still be regarded West Indies cricket.
So-
Because cricket West Indies, they are the architects, the designers, the arbiters of West Indies cricket. But in that Leewards score, the chief wicket takers, Yasedin, the leading wicket taker of the tournament, ended with 3. And also ended with 3 was the captain himself, Brendan Buddy. He had 3 from 9. On his 8 overs, bowled exceptionally well. Yasedin had 3 for 34. So those were the leading ones. Along with that outstanding knock from Captain Matthew Miller for the Leewards of 53, including 6 swords, almost a run a ball. 27 come from Tanis, the young batsman, Tanis Francis, who feels the ball. Ironically, a backward point at the end of over number 1, 2 without loss, Terry.
Yes, good opening over there from Jaheim Clark. It's the one wayward delivery that was called wide. To be interesting to see how Trinidad and Tobago go about this chase set. Of course, they will be crowned champions of this West Indies Rising Stars Super 50 Under 15s Championships by the end of the day. And as I say, with the pitch playing a bit two-paced,
Yes.
could be quite a tricky target of 163.
The good thing for them, though, as Herbert is trying to make out what would be his best approach, his best run-up, the good thing for them is that they're batting now that the sun is out in all its brilliance.
Yes.
The Leewards would have batted during that period of heavy overcast for most of it. And at the same time with the early morning moisture, because play started at 9:30. So you don't really get a lot of time for the sun to come in, especially with the overcast early in the morning. So they would have a chance on a harder wicket, but Leewards, starting with their seamers, would just oh, that one kept low.
Yes, we were just talking about the invariable bounce. There's another example of it. Yes, it's a lovely afternoon for batting, that's for sure.
Definitely. It's a lovely day for cricket. I can't see if all the sky, well, the skies are always blue, but some on the eastern side are covered a bit. Oh, good swing on the part of Herbert. He got that one up. He's coming from the southern end. With the wind blowing across. He has that opportunity.
Yeah, tall, strapping lad. Nice approach to the wicket.
Wow, full toss.
Hmm.
Delivered on that occasion. Wow. Really. Should have been punished. But instead, I guess you have just started Lal deciding just to play it into the mid-on region. And perhaps that may be the approach of Lal and Ramjatan, Dimitri Ramjatan, the opening player for TNT. Not to overhit, perhaps. Get bat on ball first.
Yes, while they get themselves in. I think that might have been an attempted slow ball too by Herbert. And again, he didn't get away with this one though. Good fielding though on the boundary. Ramjatan picks up 2.
Is it a matter, well, you said the previous one was perhaps for attempted slow delivery. This one may have been an attempt for faster delivery. My issue is, for youngsters, my advice, your first over, you want it on target. If you have to sacrifice the variations,
True.
your first over, you want to be hitting the right spot. Good in swinging delivery, well played by Ramjatan. The question is, you want to make sure that you're hitting either just outside off, or if you're bowling wicket to wicket, that is also acceptable because it's a limited overs game. Once you have the field setting, you don't want to be straying too much. You don't want to be serving up 2 full tosses, as we have seen. You want to be hitting at the key areas, and then you can take the variation from there. Wrapped in the pad,
Peel,
enthusiastical
I think it
Peel.
was heading down leg though.
Yes, I think so. He gets a huge in-swing Herbert, and I think that was the case.
Yes, most definitely. But you're quite right though. Setting your first over, you just want to keep it as tight and as simple as possible. Once you get in the groove, then you can try variations, if you will.
5 without loss after 2. And they also have 2 other good seamers you could figure up next, Matthew Miller and Jones, Amori Jones. So they have given Herbert and Clark the new ball. Good delivery, that one. Cut. Lalin 2. Wow.
Excellent delivery there by Clark. And the ball just keeping a little low as well. But certainly had the batsman there in trouble, just outside the off stump. Clark in again to Lull, and this one he leaves alone. A bit of away swing that time,
Yes.
Seth.
He's getting away movements, whereas Herbert is getting inward movement. You could say all that. They're actually bowling against the grain of things. Relatively strong wind across this ground. It goes from east to west. And both movements are against the wind. So good control.
Hit firmly, but straight to mid wicket. There's no run. And Leewards will be looking for a couple of quick breakthroughs set just to put Trinidad and Tobago on the back foot.
Yes, that would be important. It can't just be trying to contain. A few wickets would add pressure.
Clark in again to Lull, and that's wide. Tempted bouncer. Got away from him though. Gloved by the keeper, and fine leg tidies up, so they go through for a single plus the wide. Umpire just signals 1 for the over.
Yes, that one was definitely high, also going down the leg side. Good effort on the part of Ewart Richards, the wicket keeper, because he had to go to his left. Couldn't stop it clean, but parried it.
Clark in again and again. Keeps a little low outside the off stump. Lull thought about playing, withdrew the bat. But they get a bye as it ricochets off Richards.
Yes, he didn't quite collect on that occasion.
Score goes up to 8, I believe the score should be. Manual scoreboard has got it on 7 at the moment. They took the extra run when the wide was delivered. Clark in again to Lull, and Lull again flashing outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run. But you're right, what we've seen of Trinidad and Tobago in this tournament, and the only team to bat out their full quota of 50 overs, and that was a decent score, 260 odd, I think, for memory. But it'd be very hard to contain them chasing 163. So wickets are vital. Stifled appeal as that was pitched up, but hidden down leg to complete Clark's over. So we've had 3 overs here in the Trinidad and Tobago innings, chasing 163 for victory. 8 without loss.
Well, no pressure for Trinidad and Tobago. They need just over 3 runs per over. As you would have mentioned, they would have batted out the only team that have batted out their 50 overs. So they are composed at doing that opening batting first rather. The 200 is not the challenge here, it's 162, so their capacity, it is well within their grasp.
Definitely. Herbert is into Ram Jatton and stroking that towards short extra comer, and there's no run.
I like what I'm seeing with Ram Jathan. You see him coming
he looks-
forward,
yeah.
quite looking technically sound. The front foot comes out, it meets the ball, he plays it even on the move. Not static, not having his feet planted like most of the other batters. So he has gotten the technical part right.
Yes, most definitely. Just umpire there. We've got a couple of tourists.
Yes,
Well, I say it's a couple.
it's a couple.
Right. And they've been all over the ground.
Yes, they're enjoying it.
I think they even went into sticky wicket and had a bit of lunch as well.
They
but
joined the official down.
definitely. But they were in the eyesight of the umpire. They did the right thing. They're standing
I hope they don't
directly
think the umpire was telling them
to go home.
But the umpire was just saying that they were in a position of over the bowlers, with the bowler running up, they would have been blocking the side part, well, in the path of the side screen.
Herbert again into Ram Jatton, and that one carefully watched outside the off stump. Not tempted to play a stroke. He's got a slip, a point, go backward point, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and deep third man and deep fine leg. To the right-handed Ram Jatton, who waits for Herbert. This one swinging into the pads, but he can't beat short mid-wicket fieldsman, and there's no run. The score remains on 8 without loss. But we've seen quite some talent, though, in this under-15s championship, which
Certainly.
all bodes well for future of the game. Herbert, sharp rise in delivery. Called wide by the umpire.
That's difficult.
Very
Because
difficult.
that one started definitely on stumps, but it picked up pace and veered away from the batter.
But he had to get inside the line.
That's the point.
Yeah.
And the new rule is that once the delivery, the ball is pitched in line with the batter's initial position,
It shouldn't be
not to
called.
be called a
Right.
wide.
Full delivery and stroke beautifully by Ram Jatton at can't beat point.
So we have seen varied interpretation in terms of the wide. Earlier clock on the first game here, Vernon and I, we were speaking about leniency at this age as it is developmental, and then we have seen proper application. We have seen a few questionable calls. We're not really calling down the umpire, but we're saying a delivery like that really started in the path of the wicket did pick up some pace, did surprise all of us.
And
But at the same time, it's difficult that it would have been a wide when the batter was moving inside the line, hoping to play when the ball left him.
Exactly, and it was rising, so it was troubling the batsman. He had to get inside the line to make sure that it didn't take the inner portion of the bat or especially the gloves, and then you penalize the bowler, so small margin for errors,
9 without loss after 4 overs, and Leewards continuing with Raheem Clark.
It's a quiet start this by Trinidad and Tobago. And that one looks to be clipped, well taken by Richards. Diving away to his left.
Okay, because we see this one.
Right.
This one, didn't play,
Mm-hmm.
which the wicketkeeper appealed for. It was darting down the leg side, but it swung away from the batter. Did pitch in line, but swung away.
Right.
And that was the application that we expected.
Clark in again to Lal, and this one's wide outside the off stump this time. Called wide by the umpire.
Rightly adjudged.
Yes, that was very wide, that one. Score goes up by 1, so Trinidad and Tobago 10 without loss. At Leeward Islands, we'll be looking for a couple of breakthroughs here just to get Trinidad and Tobago on the back foot. Haven't really been under much pressure throughout this championship. And of course, they're not under any pressure today as far as the championship is concerned, but they'd love to clean sweep the series and go through undefeated. Leeward Islands would love to finish in the positive. At the moment, they're sitting on 2 wins and 2 losses out of their 4 matches. And if they win this, I think they'll finish 3rd, Vernon, if they can get the win. Yeah. Clark, full delivery, pulled over square leg into the boundary for 4. Poor delivery that by Clark. I think it might have slipped out of the hand, but it was a full delivery on Lul's hip, and he didn't miss out on that, just helped it on its way over square leg into the boundary for 4. So the score goes up to 14 without loss. It's Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 163 for victory, and we're in over number 5.
Well, he has been presented with a gift, and he took the gift
He
with
did.
all glee. Played it masterfully, though. So this is about the 3rd similar type delivery that we have seen so far from the Leeward Seamers.
Clark in again. This time he loses his run-up, so he aborts that, which is the right thing to do. Encouragement for the Leeward Islands players out there.
She's at Terra.
Come on, TNT!
And her son didn't get game for the last 2 weeks.
Clark in again to Lal. This one not a full delivery. Takes the inner portion of the bats. Flies down to fine leg for a single.
So the question, you go out with your plan, Terry. The plan is not working. You need wickets. Do you make adjustment to the plan, or do you persist and get your 5 overs from your new ball bowler?
Clark in again to Lal. That one is a better delivery. Into Ramjatan that time, sorry. Yeah, good question, Seth, but the way Clark is looking at the moment, and Herbert, I tend to make a change, because as I say, you know, they're gonna have to bowl Trinidad out really to win the match. Nice stroke there by Ramjatan, but can't beat cover. As the over comes to an end, so we've had 6 overs here, the Trinidad and Tobago innings, and they're 15 without loss.
Yes, 6 overs for the first power play. And the batters would just like to keep going, keep getting it in the middle. Good, relatively good field setting on the part of the Leewards. Apart from the 3 full balls that we have seen, the bowling has been pretty much decent, but not penetrative. We have seen more penetration from Clark beating the batter.
As Herbert into Lull, not struck nicely, but straight to point, and there's no run. Yes, they haven't looked in too much trouble, these 2 openers in Lull and Ramjatan.
For Leewards, it would be good bragging rights if you can beat the champions.
And one stifled appeal.
For
He
the
doesn't know it
champions,
in
they
that.
have nothing to lose, Terry.
No, absolutely. And, well, not only bragging
Already
rights
have
for
the
Leewards.
championship- Sorry.
No, I was just going to say not only bragging rights for Leewards, but as I just mentioned, they could end up finishing third in the competition and have more wins than losses, which would be great for them. So still all to play for, sir.
Yes, all to play for.
Herbert into Lal, ill-directed down the leg side again, wide cold. So both these bowlers just losing their direction a little. Giving away a wide or two in each over so far. Ramjatan waits for Herbert once again. Slip in place, and that one cut back nicely. Well defended. To short extra cover by Ramjatan. He was up to the challenge, but a much better delivery by Herbert. Starting it a bit wider on the off stump. To jag back in. Herbert once again and loses his run-up, so pulls out at the last minute. Umpire signals dead ball. Herbert up to the wicket this time, and Ramjatan is hitting that nicely, but again straight to forward point or cover there. It's like the Leeward Islands in the first innings of this match, failing to find the gaps in the field. Important that they do keep the scoreboard ticking, release any pressure that the bowler can build up. That's pulled just over the top of short mid wickets. They look for two, no decide against it. So Ramjatan got that high on the bat. He done for pace there. He gets away with it. Score goes up to 17 without loss.
I certainly was not in control of that.
No, not at all. Herbert again into Lau this time, and he just lets it go by outside the off stump to complete over number 6. So after 6 overs, Trinidad and Tobago looking for 163 for victory, 17 without loss.
Yes, Lal is on 7, Ramjatan is on 2. And when you look at the differential there between those and the total, it tells you that 8 extras. That's quite significant.
Exactly, 8 extras already. Most of them are wides, are in 6 overs. Oh, that's trapped in close. Big appeal by Leewards. Not out, says the umpire. Did he? Well, he looked straight at his back then. Did he get a little tickle on that?
Well, I think the only thing could have saved him would have been if it were height, but it may have been an edge. Umpire Troy Tew looked at that and didn't respond, but he was coming right across the wicket. Perhaps it may have struck him a bit high.
Lull survives. This Clark is into him again from the northern end, and that one loose shot outside the off stump. Leewards is sensing something here.
That's his vulnerability, just outside the off stump.
Yes.
The ball veering away a little bit. Tends to be.
And he tends to play at each delivery.
But good to see.
Lull.
Good communication between the batters. Because Ramjatan came down and had a word with him, just say settle down, we still have a long way to go.
Clark in again to Lowell, and Lowell is pulling that high, wide, handsome 6 runs over fine leg.
The first maximum we've seen.
And that'll do his confidence the world of good. He was moved into line very quickly there. Ill directed down the leg side once again by Clark. He played that well, Seth.
Yes, he played it well. He played it on the rise, and he was up on one leg and tucked it around. At least that would wake up Matthew Miller and the Leewards. Clark wanted to be aggressive, but he was not getting the bounce from the pitch.
Clark in again, and this one's chipped straight to mid-on, who ran away from the boy. He started running backwards.
Instead of going forward to take the catch.
And it would have been a dolly.
Would have been a dolly.
Wow.
I don't know what is the explanation, that can be given, because it was clear that Gadari.
Like he totally misjudged that one, Seth. Anyway, Love survives this appeal for a court behind, not out.
They have had quite a lot of appeals, the Leewards. They are enthusiastic in the field.
Yes, and
They're yet to make the breakthrough.
They are, and they're getting a bit frustrated out there now. But that was a surprise, the fielder there at mid-on. Why he started backpedaling when...
I don't understand.
Yeah, when he only had
Ball
to
was
take a
not
couple
going
of
over his
steps in
head.
and...
It was a simple lob. Good response by Clark. Lal was not in control.
This one tossed up again outside the off stump.
Both batters are looking vulnerable outside the off stump.
Definitely.
24.
24 for no wicket.
After 7. Good commanding start by TNT, especially being sealed off by that 6 that was struck with so much authority by Lal over backward of square. So apart from that, it has been moderate going, but I think that sort of sealed that upper hand, the 8 extras, only one bye in that. So it tells you that they have not been as accurate with their line, and they would need to get it together. If not now, the question is when.
Yes, they can't wait too much longer, one would think. As Herbert in again to Lal, who's standing up straight and defending that into the cover region, and there's no run. Trinidad and Tobago will be feeling very comfortable. It's not a big total to chase. They can afford to take their time, pick off the bad deliveries. Herbert in again to Lal, and Lal's driving this powerfully over short extra cover into the boundary, 4 runs. That was a better shot.
An excellent shot. Played it with absolute authority. And he played it on the volley, he played it on the up. Between what would have been a point and a deep extra cover fielder just on the circle. The ball ran through the covers for 4. And Lal has really given this innings some impetus for Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 team. We were calling for changes, and over a goal.
We were, and since then we've seen a 6 and a 4 from Lal. And he looks like he's found his rhythm out there. So dangerous times for Leeward Islands. They desperately need a breakthrough now. As the score gone on to 29 without loss.
And Lal has 19 of those.
Yes, yeah. Well, Ramjat's still on 2, isn't he? Because the rest are extras. Herbert again into Lal. Striking this straight to short mid wicket, and there's no run. Leeward Islands, though, don't even though considered the home team. Not much support. Hooking again, hooking safely. Backward of square again by Lau. Finally comes round, restricts the scoring to 2, but He's certainly taken a bit between the teeth, Seth. He said he'll be the more aggressive of the partnership, and the partnership's moved on to 31.
Yes, he has been the most convincing, or the more convincing of the two. He has given them a good start because when they looked to be struggling, he had been playing and missing.
So Herbert aborts his run once again. Umpire signals dead ball, but they've moved the slip now to backward square leg on the 30-yard circle, where that last pull shot from Lau did travel in the air to about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Herbert this time overcompensates, too wide outside the off stump, called wide. 32 without loss. They need a spark here, Seth. The Leewards do the Leewards. They just starting to look a bit flat out there. Herbert in again, the lull, and Lau's pulling this one-handed, kept it down very well, but well fielded by the backward square leg fielder, tumbling away to his left.
The Leewards
No
captain,
scoring.
Miller.
Miller, was it?
Yes, and he
Excellent.
must be thinking about taking the ball.
Well,
because 2
he's-
overs ago he said that if they were thinking about wicket taking, they needed to, change the bowling lineup. And we have seen over the last 3 overs, in fact, would have conceded upwards to close to 20 runs.
Yes, and but it looks like it's still going to be Clark, is it? Or we're going to have a change now. But Amori Jones will be taking up the attack from the northern end, replacing Jaheim Clark. But the score, 32 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. So they're well ahead of the game at the moment. They're going at bang on 4 runs and over. 32 without loss after 8 overs in pursuit of 163. As Jones is into Ramjatan, who just blocks that back to the bowler. And there is no run. As I welcome back and say very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. Windward Islands 55 for 1 in pursuit. Jamaica's score of 146 all out. Leeward Islands need some success, need something. They need a spark, a run out, a catch, something. Something brilliant needs to happen.
John, that's whipped beautifully through the mid-wicket area by Ramjatan out towards the boundary and gets there now. So now he's joined the party. He moves on to 6 and the score 36 without loss. We're in over number 9.
Lovely shot there by Ramjatan. Quite balanced, and the Leeward seamers have been all over the shop because automatically they're supposed to be bowling to a 6-3 field. That ball was pitched between middle and leg. There's no protection on the square leg area, and whipped away nicely by Ramjatan for a boundary.
Jones in again and again, almost repeats the dose to Ramjatan. This time through the same mid-wicket area, but just for the single. Yes, he's just struggling with his line here is Jones in his first over.
I think overcompensating for that Yorker length delivery. Just need to look at the spot on the area on the pitch and just land the ball into that right area. That's much better.
Yeah, better delivery that time by Jones. Played defensively into the offside by Lowell, and there's no run.
Talking about the game, Terry, being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Jamaica and Windward Islands. Jamaica dismissed for 146. Pierre Edwards picking up 4 for 27 in that game, and as we speak, he's on 14 not out in 38 balls, 36 minutes with 6 banking boundaries.
Ooh.
60 for 2, Windward Islands.
Excellent game. Another Yorker length delivery there by Jones, dug out by Lowell, and there's no run. But you're talking about bowling to your field. That is what Trinidad and Tobago was so good at this morning during the Leeward Islands innings. There were a lot of dot balls, a lot of balls being hit straight to the field.
I know this one you're going to find pretty interesting. We'll get back to that delivery.
And
Hoist,
helped on
hoist,
its way
hoist.
again.
Come on.
High, wide, handsome. 6 more for Lowell.
over the
6
top.
more for Trinidad and Tobago. They're running away with this at the moment. The partnership opening stand moves up to 43 without loss at the end of the 9th, Vernon.
When you're the champions, you play with freedom. And Lal and Ramjadam has come out with a sense of purpose. They know that even though they would have won the championship, they really want to execute their plan in a very positive way. But Barbados, the defending champions, did not execute their plan. They were bowled over 69. Guyana ramped home 70 for 3, Terry. 70 for 3 of 23 overs. Now listen to this. There were 25 extras, and Barbados bowled 23 wides.
Wow. Indiscipline. Hasn't been their tournament though. Defending champions, only able to win the one match. And that was against Jamaica. But this one here, Trinidad and Tobago, certainly looking to finish off the tournament in style, their tournament, and assert their dominance here as Herbert will continue from this the commentary box end.
Well, let's look at the bowling figures so far. Clark, 4 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, no wickets. Herbert starts his 5th, 4 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, no wicket. And Amari Jones' first over cost 11 runs. Trinidad and Tobago are 43 without loss.
Herbert full outside the off stump, doesn't tempt Ramjatan, lets it through to keeper Richards, and there's no run. Yes, 43 without loss after 9 overs. So they're well in front of the clock and doing it on the bit at the moment are Trinidad and Tobago. Herbert in again to Ramjatan. Again tossed up, Yorker length, driven back to the bowler who does the fielding, and no run. But he can
So, former president of the Montserrat Cricket Association, the son of Jim Allen. It's a good afternoon to Sir Jim Allen in Montserrat. Devon Williams. Don't know if he's maybe over for the day, maybe overnighting. Jatan has looked very, very, very organized.
He waits for Herbert, and this one has a go at a ball just outside the off stump. May have come back in a bit, but through to the keeper, no harm done. Yes, and Lowell was a bit susceptible outside the off stump early in his innings, but that first pull for 6 certainly got him going. He's raced to 27. 2 wide outside the off stump this time by Herbert and signalled wide by the umpire. 44 without loss. We're in over number 10.
I just want to talk a little bit, Terry. I know these are under 15 boys, and I know there's a particular line that you want them to bowl. So right now, Herbert is trying to bowl to a 6-3 field, but Herbert is an in-swing bowler, which means that he's overcompensating now because you're forcing him to bowl on one side of the track rather than bowling between wicket and wicket and bowling to a 5-4 field, which will be more balanced for him.
Yes, I agree, Vernon. Not only more balance for him, but better opportunity for the Leewards. They need wickets. If you can attack those stumps on every opportunity, at least you're giving yourself a chance. So Herbert in again to Ramjatan, and again tossed up outside the off stump, but as Vernon's saying, trying to overcompensate, again called wide. 45 without loss.
But his strike pattern is also the problem, Terry, because he stutters just before he gets up to the crease. And so once he misses his steps, then he's going to overcompensate by trying to push the ball, really. And like I said, because he's been told that you got to bowl on the off stump.
Outside the off.
That is what happens. See the stutters right there.
Right. And he has missed his run up on a couple occasions during this spell already.
And something about coaching when you're coaching fast bowlers is you have to get that strike pattern worked out. So how you walk is how you run. And once you begin to teach the athletes about that, then it makes life a whole lot easier for them.
Herbert in again to Ramjatan, and this one is driven up to mid-off for a comfortable single. So that completes Herbert's over, and that completes the first power play. And Trinidad and Tobago flying high at the moment in pursuit of 163 for victory, a 46 without loss.
I was tending to look to Terry, and I know the Leewards have got a lot of options. I think the first game I said to Pernell Watley that I thought that the Leewards just bowled too many bowlers. When we look through this championship, you could count how many overs Matthew Miller has bowled. So I don't know if he's carrying an injury or what, but I just think that in a team, you just need to have at least 5 to 6 bowlers. In one game, Leeward Islands under 15 used almost 8 bowlers. And I'm saying sometimes, some people just won't be able to bowl, but I think based on it is that you have all of these young players who are almost executing everything, batting, bowling, you name it. So
Right.
maybe he can keep, and maybe that's the problem for Miller.
Jones continues to Ramjatan and beats him outside the off stump. He's a better delivery.
Run rate has been pretty solid, Terry.
Very
4.6.
solid, yes.
They've been consistently scoring in that area simply because the Leewards opening bowlers in Herbert and company really have not settled into a groove and put the ball in consistently in the right areas.
Jones into Ramjatan again. This one clipped off his toes beautifully. He plays that shot well through the mid-wicket area. It races out towards the rope, and 3 of them converge and just pull it back with a bit of only Herbert, but also Clark. They weren't getting their rhythm correct. Line and length wasn't happening for them. As you say, instead of you're gonna bowl 5 overs for me. It's not working. Pull them out after 3. Give somebody else a go. That's a full toss on his legs, flicked over mid-wicket. His favourite area, Ramjatan. 4 more. The 50 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago. They're on fire here at Coolidge. 52 for 2 in pursuit of 163 for victory in the 11th over.
Leeward Islands, they have to regroup. Matthew Miller, they need one big effort. And you could just look at him and see the body language is, they need something. They need a spark. And right now, everybody's just waiting for something to happen. Trinidad are the champions, and they want to make sure they go 5-0. You got to take the game to them. Stay at past Francis, down to third man. Saunders comes off the boundary. And he lobs a return to the keeper. In fact, keeper heading back rather than coming forward to catch the ball.
Yes, that's good batting by Ramjatan. Good control there. Late cut down to third man. But they're playing as they like at the moment, and you're quite right, Vernon. Leeward Islands need something to happen, and they need it very quickly as Jones into Lull, and Lull is driving up, taking the quick single. He saw the mid-on was on his heels, gets home comfortably to complete Jones's over. So after 11 overs, Trinidad and Tobago have moved on to 54 without loss.
And the consistent cheers that you're hearing from the spectators here from Trinidad and Tobago has been boisterous and been positive messages coming out here. And you have to give some credit to the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, because the parents are decked out in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force uniform. So
exactly.
It shows you that they're in the mix of supporting this group of youngsters. Barbados has also been excellent in that. We have also had some parents from Ghana. Didn't have anybody much from Jamaica. The Windward Islands had a couple of parents here also. And as you know, a lot of folks from Dominica and company live here. So John Eugene being the head coach and Devon Smith. You saw a lot of folks coming around to support. But in the terms of the Leeward Islands, I think maybe outside of the workers, and Mr. Best, chairman of the, Miss Miller is the events manager here. So outside of that, I don't think we have seen a lot of parents who have really come out to support these guys. And I'm talking about at Coolidge. I don't know what happened at Liberta.
Right,
That
right.
Seth went down to Liberta the other day, so he was there supporting.
Well, Seth was there.
50
Tilakani.
without loss.
Tilakani into the attack. A bit of spin now from this southern end. And he opens up, does lull and hammers it over the mid-wicket region. Beats the long on into the ropes. 4 more. Score goes up to 58 without loss. But yes, you were talking about the support, and so not only the jerseys, but the jerseys are fully decked out. The names, the numbers of everything of the players. Excellent to see.
You know, Trinidad and Tobago, they make uniforms here, so that's easy.
Exactly. Very organized.
Very easy. Wide delivery here by Tilakani. The Leewards, they're folding under
They're
the pressure
crumbling
here.
on. Yep.
Miller needs to get his squad together and says, guys, let's go. This is the final game.
Give it everything.
Yeah, the first 12 overs, we've been bad. Let's regroup.
Tossed up again and
4 more.
again. He spreads the front leg and beats the sweeper out there on the boundary. 4 more to Lal. He's taken this game by the bit. That's for sure. The score rockets up to 63 without loss. And Lal himself is on 35.
They're putting a price on their wicket. And that's what is important. They're chasing 162 for victory. And they know that a positive start is what they're needed.
required.
These two have certainly come out and making a statement.
And he's not letting young Tilakani settle. He's attacked him from ball 1 in the spinner's first over. As he's in again to Lal, and Lal is driving it in the air. Didn't get all of it. And he'll still pick up a couple. No. Just the one as the sweeper on the point boundary this time. Fires back the return. The score goes up to 64 for no wickets.
Lalan 37. Jatton on 15. Good start. Some 6 boundaries and 2 sixes so far in the inning. So shows you how ill-disciplined the Leewards attack has been in this game.
Yes, it just hasn't clicked for the Leewards. And that was a expensive first over there from Tilakani. Both batsmen looking to score off every delivery and not let the young spinner settle. He's had some quite good success in this championship.
Tilakani being one of the leading bowlers for the Leeward Islands. And earlier clock, they pounced on him 11 off the first over, 65 without loss. And Trinidad and Tobago playing like true champions. They're making a statement.
Definitely. And they brought the target down under 100, under 3 figures now, as we're going to see another change from the northern end of the ground. And it will be
Gardina?
Girardi.
Garadi?
Yeah.
Garadi. Let's see what he'll bowl. He'll bowl some wrist spin. Tall guy.
So, spin from both ends. See,
But you see spin from both ends and long on and long off, going right back.
right back. You need wickets, bring them up, let them hit over the top. If it goes for 4, it goes for 4. Gadhari in, and that one stifled appeal. It was a full delivery on the pads of Ramjatan, but he can't get it away.
The keeper was already moving down the leg side anyhow. And even if Miller wants to go long on back and Miller
bring
off
one
up,
up,
you
right.
know, but you can't have both. With Gadari just bowling his first delivery, in fact his first over. Because you're giving away a
See,
single.
like that. Excuse me. Easy single there for Ramjatan. Takes the score up to 66 without loss. We're in over number 13. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 163 for victory. Gadari into Lal, and Lal gives himself room. That plays it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I know the skipper went for Tilakani, but I might have maybe tried Light Brown before Tilakani.
And as you say, Baron, there's no injury. Why not himself? Huge support, as you could probably hear through the microphones. The Trinidad and Tobago posse.
Now, if the long on and long off is going to be right back, then Jones need to give himself some room and go back in that short extra cover area, more or less, trying to save that single
So-
that is going down to mid off.
Right, yeah. Cut off the angle. 67 without loss. And Hari into Ramjatan, who tries to place that behind point. Can't beat the field. Over comes to an end. So after 13 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 67 without loss.
Commanding start.
Very commanding.
The Leeward Islands Captain Matthew Miller needs to get his troops together. One final effort even before the water break and say, guys, listen, this is our last game. This is the last time that we're going to be playing together at this under 15 level. Let's really knuckle down. Our coaches have worked with us over the last couple of weeks here in Antigua and Barbuda. Let's reward them with a victory.
Tilakani to start his second over. He's bowling to Lal, and Lal is driving that high over, short extra cover, and it's fumbled by the sweeper on the extra cover boundary. 4 more.
Brown, Light Brown, the vice captain, giving away a boundary there. Got himself into a tangle. It was an easy stop to me. He took his eyes off of the ball and gave away a boundary. Tilakani will not be pleased with that. 7 boundaries so far and 2 maximums in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. They're marching on here, 71 without loss.
Tilakani in again, and this one's played quietly to short extra cover by Lal. No run. Yes, they're running away with this. Big opening stand is set the Coolidge cricket ground ablaze as Tilakani in again. Quiet in defence is Lal. He can afford to have a look at as many deliveries as he like. He's rocketed up to 42. He waits for Tilakani. And this one short and pulled through the mid-wicket area. The sweeper in the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket boundary does the fielding, restricts it to 1. He'd probably be a bit disappointed there, Vernon. A short delivery that he didn't get it further behind square.
Nice work in the deep there by young Tanis Francis. Very talented cricketer.
He's been impressive.
One for the future. Tanis Francis thought he was under a lot of pressure in this tournament. The expectations of performing, he didn't perform to his expectations, but he can put this behind him. He started well in Grenada, and there were a number of high expectations of him coming into this tournament here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Tilakani into that one, kept a bit low, but kicked out by Ramjatan to complete the over. So after 14 overs, Trinidad and Tobago continue to make light work of this chase of 163. They are 72 without loss.
Nobody cheering, nobody saying anything. They're just going through the motions. The live wire in the wicketkeeper, he normally be the guy who jerks up everybody. Jones is also another one who would get everybody into the game. Light Brown is one of the guys also who would spark this team up. But right now, the Leeward Islands, they're flat, very flat, and they need some energy. They need, as I would say, a Duracell battery.
Or 2. Kadari continuing from the northern end. Bowling to Lal. Nice flighted delivery, half a shout for a caught behind, not out, says the umpire. Ball taken by Richards, yeah.
Has to be injured. Seth has been asking why have we not seen Miller. I just think that just maybe might be injured.
Harry looking for the sweep shot that time. Bit unlucky to be called for a wide there, I thought. But nevertheless, one more to the total, 73 without loss. We're in over number 15. Adari starts again, and that's thrashed through the mid-wicket region, but there's protection on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So just the single to Lull. He moves on to 44. The score up to 74 without loss. Ramjatan back on strike. He's on 19 as he faces Gadari, and that one punched nicely up to long on for an easy single. You've still got long on and long off back. So
The short mid-wicket, Terry, needs to give himself some room and go to the left, because he's already got the deep backward square with the mid-wicket into that area. So force the batsman to look on the right side of the mid-wicket fielder.
yeah, too easy this, yes. Lull comfortably trots through for his 45th run. The score 76 without loss.
Even the captain maybe need to come out of slip, because it's almost like on a holiday. Put the short extra cover around, going to a short mid-on, and cut that single out.
Well, they need to do something, because this is just too easy, too comfortable for Trinidad as they take another single off the last ball of the 15th over.
They don't look like they know how they're going to get a wicket, and that is my major concern.
Yes,
They're
yes.
just going through the motion.
Is
and
waiting
can't be
for
going-
waiting
can't
for
be going through the
time.
motion, because these young batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago, they're not going to give you their wicket. You have to try and get it.
This is Lull, 5 runs away from a half century as Tilakani continues, and again that short top edge this time. Took the catch, good smart catch. Matthew Miller, the captain, he had to run round from first slip and dive, took the catch. As that caught top edge, was a short nothing delivery really from Tilakani. At Ramjatan has to go.
So Ramjatan trying to get fancy. And you can understand the concept. You think he just wanted to, it really didn't have a lot of pace
On the
delivery.
red.
That's why he was not able to execute the ball. Got the leaning edge, but it was a brilliant catch.
Excellent
by,
catch.
by Matthew Miller, showing his athleticism and pulling off a blunder. Really, and we haven't seen much spectacular catches, but that would have to go in the ratings. If you have 5, I think that would be up there.
Most definitely. But it also says that he doesn't look like he's too injured. Why he couldn't be bowling. But Leewards have got the breakthrough. Will it be too late on our opening stand of 77? Lull is still there on 45. The new batsman is the captain, isn't it? Brendan Boodoo, I think.
Yeah, it just might be Brendan Boodoo.
I think so.
That one.
Tilakani into him now, and that's turned nicely.
Somebody caught napping here.
Back with a square, a comfortable single. We'll just check that for you. Number 15 is, lucky 15 is Brendan Boodoo. So the captain's off the mark, 78 for 1. Lull back on strike to Tilakani. Just
It's third over so far. Even though expensive, he's been able to get the breakthrough here from the Leeward Islands under 15.
that one again short, but that's pulled up nicely through the mid-wicket area out to the sweeper on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but all along the carpet. Lull moves to 46.
Tanis Francis patrolling on the leg side area.
Boodoo stands up straight and punches that past the short extra cover for another comfortable single.
Now, there's a responsibility when you're in the 30-yard circle. And one must understand that you can't get too close. You can't. And when I say get too close, it means that you have to give yourself some room, especially with Lala, who's looking to play shots. You've got to give yourself enough room so you can see the ball. There are just too many easy singles being taken by the Trinidad and Tobago batsman inside the 30-yard circle.
So it's successful over there for Tilakani. Gets the wicket of Ramjatan. And at the end of the 16th over, Trinidad and Tobago are halfway home in pursuit of 163 for victory. They are 80 for 1. And Lal is on 46.
We're coming into this in before this series here. And we're talking about somebody like Tilakani with about 30.4 overs, 5 maidens, 91 runs, 8 wickets. He's now got 9 wickets. So he's had a good tournament in terms of the ball. The bat, not so good. So Gardena bowled to the Trinidad and Tobago captain Budu. Budu, one of the top batsmen also for Trinidad and Tobago in this form of the game. Came into the series, we'll come back to that. He just came into the series at 153 runs from 199 balls, 252 minutes at the crease, an average of 38.25 Budu.
He has been their leading batter and coming in at number 3, which is that special position and also with the captaincy responsibility. He would want to see it home. He would want to also see if he can get the highest runs in the tournament.
Sorry, Ted. A sloppy feeling there, set from the Leeward Islands. They're falling apart here. Even though they picked up the wicket, you would have hoped that they would have been tighter.
Yes.
Inside the 30-yard circle, but they look like they just want to go home. They look tired.
It's different than when they started the innings. They were appealing for everything. They were looking like an enthusiastic bunch for the first 8 overs, and then they're falling apart, as you've rightly said.
Just think that the fundamentals, the basics, got to keep your eyes on the ball, not keeping their eyes on the ball long enough, looking at the batsman rather than the ball. Your first objective is to get the ball. Got to watch the ball. He's got to give himself some room. He's just too close there, Miller. He's pulled out of the slip, but they're still allowed to even get a single.
Yes, they needed a breakthrough, I think, early in the innings. It is now, 82? 84 for 1 after 17 overs, Vernon. It's not a good sight for the Leewards, not a good sight for them, because you would expect that at least had they struck maybe 2 blows before the TNT team got to 50, they perhaps could be competing, but now it looks like a one-sided affair.
Thought that there's been no water break since they've been gone out. 17 overs have been bowled, and it's been pretty hot out there. Something I thought that in the regulations going forward, they're going to have to make the water breaks a lot shorter. For the age group. For the age group. Those are things that you have to evaluate. These are growing boys. There's a procedure. Big shot.
Lovely shot. Oh. Herbert makes a mess of it, Vernon. He thought he had it covered. He was angling himself to that delivery that was played to his left. In the end, once he hit the ground, he just lost control and an easy 4.
But he ended up in the wrong position first set. You're a right-hander, you can't go the next way. You've got to be in position and you've got to get around the ball. That was an easy stop. There's no way that you're supposed to go through and go for a boundary.
That one stuck on him. Lal was shaping to play, and then that one stuck on him.
That boundary there set about 50 for Lal.
Wow.
Squeeze away, set down to the 3rd man area. And the Leeward Islands, the wagon, the wheels are falling off of the wagon here.
Lal, he's entrenched because he's the one that gave them the momentum. Both batters were under a bit of pressure, were aided by some wide loose bowling by the Leewards seamers, but then Lal started the party with an amazing 6. And then he had 2, and oh, he's in trouble here. He's in trouble here. He's bowled. It happened so easily.
He's out.
Yes.
The Leewards, I'm a little bit surprised.
No enthusiasm shown.
They're not celebrating. What a break. Set.
So Lal got his 50. You could give some update on the 50, but it was certainly a special knock. His first major contribution.
I think it stunned everybody here, Set, including the supporters.
Yes, he had that 6.
To see Lal been walking back. 55 balls, 67 minutes, 6 4s and 2 6s, on a strike rate of 94.55. A very easy dismissal. There was no celebration from the Leeward Islands. Even the spectators here still like him believe that he's out.
Yes, he was going back looking to cut, and that one came onto him from Tilokani. And bowled. And and then that's the end of the party, because he really brought the party here to the game. Because when he was struggling, but once he got off with that 6, that opened up his eyes, and then he had the second 6, and then the 4s were coming regularly, and I thought he put TNT in a winning position. Now he has departed. It's just up to the rest to get the remaining 73 runs required.
90 for 2, and Trinidad and Tobago just got off to a flyer simply because the Leeward Islands, if we go to the bowling figures, you'll understand what we're talking about. Jakeem Clark, 4 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Jadoni Herbert, 5 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, no wickets. Amari Jones, 2 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, no wicket. Kunal Tilakani, 3.4 overs, no maiden, 25 runs. You now have 2 wickets. And Karishna Gadari, 3 overs, no maiden, 11 runs, no wickets. When we look at the strike rate from both Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, there have been 8 boundaries and 2 maximums. Christian Lal was bowled for 52 or 56 deliveries, 67 minutes at the crease. And Brendan Badu, the Trinidad and Tobago captain, he's come out and he wants to be able to make a statement here. They want to go 5-0 in 2023. They're already champions, but they want to be able to continue their trend. Their coach, Mr. Brown, says that they have targets that they want to meet in the power play overs. They try to make sure that the score is not above 20 yards, so they've got their work cut out for them. And the Leewards, things just ran away from Matthew Miller here today.
Yes, rightly said. It ran away from them. I'm not quite sure if they even expected it, because in our game on Monday against Jamaica, you would have remembered that they did open the bowling. Well, Matthew Miller and Jones did have an impact. Jones in terms of the wicket taking, Matthew Miller in terms of containment. We have not seen Matthew Miller. Jones just had his 2 overs, and he really took a bit of whack. And no one really stood out in terms of the Leewards and the bowling. Whereas they were feeling tight for the first 7 or 8 overs, it started to fall apart, because you'd have seen at least 2 balls going through fielders' legs for 4, and another one going past another on the boundary for 4. So it has been falling apart for them, but they can even make a statement here.
Well, I don't know if the folks on the portable scoreboard maybe they have a strike, but we wish that they could maybe just change the score to 91 for 2. We'd be grateful.
Well, perhaps
they can help us out. Leg by signal here.
Perhaps they just had an extra drink break.
It's been a long break because nobody has moved. Nobody's moving. And finally, somebody comes up and they decide that they will respond. Maybe they've just got lunch. I don't know. We'll find out. Squeezed away into the offside, getting an easy single. So score in the meantime goes up to 93 at the end of over number 19. 93 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 163. I'll get one more and then I'll get Terry into the hot seat.
They have been scoring well in terms of the run rate, Vernon, when they started, well, actually the innings. They would have needed just over 3 runs per over. And they're powering their way at over 4 runs per over at this stage, almost 5 runs per over. So they have everything in their favor. Wickets in hand, run rate, and the championship.
Trinidad and Tobago twisting along here, but Jamaica put another fight against the Windward Islands. Jamaica 146 all out of 42.3 overs. Windward Islands at 87 for 4. They've lost their captain Tia Edwards for 59, and all of a sudden the scorecard has changed. Fontaine 7, Daniel 5, Venice 7. Charles has just come to the crease. 87 for 4. Game on at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We already know that Ghana will be second place because they've defeated the defending champions Barbados very early. And somebody just whispered to me, so what is the score? I don't understand. Must be Seth told him to send me that message. 69 all out, and Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, not Trinidad, but Guyana, 70 for 3. Another single to Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm going to take a stroll in the park here, Seth.
Yes, it is. And that's how champions play. You know, you may have some jitters at the start, but then you can show that you have the capacity to dig deep and to weather the early storm.
I don't know if Trinidad and Tobago have any jitters because there's certainly there's no complex jitters here. 94. They still have 94 for 1, so which means that somebody has missed a trick on the manual scoreboard. They themselves maybe didn't even see that the Leewards got a second wicket.
Yes, somebody's sleeping.
They'll be listening to us, so somebody would remind them. Tug down. Down coming around. Patrolling like a full torpedo in it. And again, it stopped the ball. Like Brown not staying on his feet, not watching the ball long enough. And almost made a mess out of it. So the end of over number 21.
20.
Trinidad and Tobago 94 for 2. Lal, lovely knockout, 52 or 55 balls, 71 minutes, 6 fours and 2 6. He's been the star of this run chase here. More comments from you, Seth, and then you'll be the voice of Terry.
And speaking of Lal, his 2 6s were well struck. They were peculiar shots. Balls on the hips. He just launched into them. Good risk and good movement of the feet. This one being tapped down to fine leg. Will it be 4? No, they're coming back for the second. Leewards definitely as though Terry, they have given up the fight.
Yes, good afternoon, Seth, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. Most definitely Trinidad and Tobago large and in charge of this one. Another wide ball there by Tilakani. Moved wide. Just having a look at the score. On the cricket website it says 96 for 2. The manual scoreboard has it 99. We'll just double check the score for you, but Trinidad and Tobago well in control as Tilakani in again. That one kept a little low. Dug out there by... Who's on strike now? Budu is the non-striker. One more there to Mirage. And this was the partnership against Jamaica between Budu and Mirage. It brought them home quite comfortably. I believe the 100 has come up for Trinidad. So 100 for 2. Budu striking that nicely, but straight back to Bowler Tilakani, no run. So he's picked up the 2 wickets, although he has been a bit expensive. Tilakani. The only 2 wickets to fall. Trinidad 63 away from making this 5 straight wins from 5 matches, which would be a great effort, Seth. They've certainly played their part, a team effort.
Definitely. Huge team effort. A well-drilled team, a well-oiled machine, as we would say. But the players are all enthusiastic in the Trinidad and Tobago team. Other players would have gotten the opportunity, having achieved the championship feat by the end of game number 4. But this being the last game, they had the opportunity of bringing in a few players, exchanging players. Beckles, for instance, did not show. What we're seeing, though, is a clinical team. Is a team that they know how to, in the early part of the innings, to weather the storm, watch the variable bounce, watch the different bowling options, and then pick the time to launch the attack. They did not just graft their way to it. And I think that is where you may see the difference between the teams. Some teams lack confidence and will try to graft their way, but when they're scoring opportunities, they did score, and Lala led that charge.
Definitely. Now, bowling change from the northern end. Single there comfortably to Captain Budu. Score moves on to, I believe, is 103 for 2. Try and do a electronic score from the Cricket West Indies or windiescricket.com and the manual scoreboard here at Coolidge. Just double check that for you. 103. Okay, so it's 103 for 2. And we're in over number 23.
There must
The
be
bowler at the moment.
Yeah, it's Brown,
Brown,
the captain.
okay, all right.
Light Brown. There must be something wrong with Matthew Miller because he has not bowled. He's the captain, and he would have been a top bowler.
Mirage meets that on the full and knocks it up to long on for another comfortable single. So score moves on to 104 for 2. Yes, you would presume, although he moved very well, batted, looked brilliant when he was batting for his half century, and moved very well around from slip to take that diving catch in a leg slip position. But obviously not well enough to bowl, or we would presume that he's not well enough to bowl because being captain, when that opening stand was going, thought of making a change and possibly bringing himself on. But it didn't happen. So 23 overs are gone, 104 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago. That means they require 59 more for victory. You can make that 58 as they scamper through for a leg bye of Tilakani's first delivery of his new over. They're cruising here, Trinidad and Tobago. Their support staff or their family and friends and the Trini posse making a lot of noise out there and saying that they played excellent cricket and deserved to clean sweep the competition, Seth.
Yes, certainly. They have looked a touch above the rest, and it was clear that they would have been a threat to Barbados' championship defense.
Yes, and Barbados, on the other hand, never got their defense going really, just the one victory. And today, finishing off the tournament, not the way they would have wanted to be bowled out for just 69, and Guyana strolling to victory by 7 wickets. So Guyana will finish second, and could be a toss-up for third between Jamaica and the Windwards. Tilakani completes these overs, so we've had 24 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago are 105 for 2, so that means they require a further 58 runs.
They have so many balls left that you can expect that they could complete victory. My expectations is that they won't take very long to get there.
No, not the way the innings has flowed so far. They've kept a very strong run rate of well over 4 runs and over. Mirage is on strike to Brown. Brown decides to come round the wicket. Does the fielding of his own bowling. So score remains on 105 for 2. Brown into a defensive Mirage, and again he does the fielding of his own bowling. Spread, field spread for the spinner. Long off, long on.
I like what Brown is doing. He's using his angles well, coming from around the wicket and tightening things up, bowling defensively.
Yes, but there's the release shot for Mirage. It just knocks it up wide of the bowler to long off for a comfortable single. Score goes up by 1 to 106 for 2. But now the manual scoreboard has got the wickets right. Just 1 run behind what the total should be. There's Brown staying around the wicket to Boodoo. Peels off the outer portion of the bat to a backward point. No run. Good tidy over there by Brown. So at the end of the over, completion of over number 25. So at the halfway stage, chasing 163 for victory. Trinidad and Tobago 106 for 2. So require another 57 runs of the final 25 overs.
Well, easy pickings it should be. The required run rate is just barely over 2 runs per over. That should be no challenge. Ooh.
Stifled appeal. Mirage looks for a sweep shot. Didn't make contact. Struck him down the leg side though. Tilakani continues. And this time he does make contact but can't beat a short fine leg or backward square leg. He's rather wide there inside the circle. Tilakani in again to Mirage, and he's back defending that into the offside. No run. Tilakani with the couple of wickets is settled into what seems to be a nice rhythm. But there's the release again, just up, knocking it up to long off. And I think Vernon was saying before, but I really do think that the Leewards did miss a trick then when the spinners came on. They should have had long off and long on. Up inside the circle. Tell them hit me.
Apply pressure.
Exactly. It's wickets you need. But they didn't. So a bit of a misfield there at short extra cover. It allows Boodoo to take another single. Score goes up to 108 for 2. Mirage is trying to hit that one too hard, really. Only succeeding in pulling it down back to the bowler who does the fielding to complete the over. So at the end of 26 overs, Trinidad and Tobago chasing 163 for victory, are 107 for 2.
And they came into this game with the championship already secured. with 4 wins, commanding wins. Well, a few tight ones, 17 and 18 runs respectively. But at the same time, being the best team on show, and they have shown their dominance, reducing the Leewards to 163 or 48.1, and having a good run at getting that total. It should just be a matter of time.
Chipped up there by Boodoo. Soft dismissal for Captain Boodoo. Leading run scorer of the tournament. Brown stayed around the wicket. And he's chipped it straight to short mid-wicket. He goes. Trinidad and Tobago lose their third. 108 for 3. Is there a twist in the tail, sir?
Well, could be. He's the leading run getter for Trinidad and Tobago. But the issue is he's 174 runs prior to this. The question is, are the Leewards showing the enthusiasm that is needed to have that twist? Because what you say, what the mind believes, the body achieves.
Right.
We are not seeing that. This is the second the second dismissal that we have seen where you actually question whether or not a wicket would have fallen. No celebration. It's like they gave up the ghost once Lal tore into them. Even on Lal's dismissal, that lack of enthusiasm. And now on Badou's dismissal, the leading run scorer by far on the TNT team, there is not even that presence of celebration signaling to us that you're going to be up to the task in trying to rally or arrest the advantage from this team. 56 runs still required.
Very true, Seth. Very quiet celebration yet again. And you'd like to see a bit more enthusiasm. Telling themselves 7 good deliveries. 7 wickets is what we need. 7 good deliveries. We can still win this match. But as you say, Lal took the momentum away from them and they haven't really recovered. As that slashed through, slips, running down towards the third man boundary, crosses the rope now. 4 fortuitous runs, you'd have to say, at a flashing blade of the new batsman, who is... Let me just check that for you. Sion Charles is next in the order. Is it Sion Charles? Number 17, I think.
Which is actually Manan, the wicket keeper.
Ramanan, okay. So Ramanan gets off the mark with a streaky boundary through the legs of the slip. And Brown
So the fielding
holds his head.
has also been a challenge for the Leewards. We also must say, though, that was a real strong run on the part of Saunders to try to clean up things for the Leewards. That's the enthusiasm.
Exactly. 112 for 3. 51 required for Trinidad and Tobago.
And
Over
your
number
friend
27.
on the scoreboard, 111 for 3.
Yes.
Is something going to happen, Terry, or the Aussie?
Well, there shouldn't, and that's English anyway.
That's English.
Yes.
So
But it's actually 112 anyway. So
the scoreboard is
Yeah.
behind still by 1.
But anyway, maybe the ladies on the scoreboard know more than us, though, or they're more superstitious.
Maybe they're warming up to sing and off key.
Brown into what's his name? Sorry, Ramanan.
Yes. Ramanan, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, and he gets a comfortable single to
Young
complete
Cristiano
the over.
Ramanan.
Cristiano Ramanan. So that was the one you were saying that was named after
I just assumed
Ronaldo.
I just assumed
Maybe.
Cristiano at this time, being a big sporting figure.
Anyway, the overs come to completion. So after 27 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 113 for 3. And now they need exactly 50. Tilakani is going to continue from this, the southern end of the Coolidge cricket ground. And he's going to change to coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ramanan, Waits for him now, and that's tossed up. Oh, lucky to get away with that again. And they scamper a single. He went back to cut it. It was too close to cut. Kept a little low. Took the inner portion of the bat. Went between the keeper, the stumps and the keeper. And they scamper a single. 114 for 3. Tilakani back over the wicket to the right-handed Mirage. Field still spread by the Leeward Islands. They got to sweeper on the extra cover boundary, a long off, long on sweeper on the deep mid wicket boundary. Just the one slip. Will be the slip, short extra cover, and the short mid wicket. The catch-in fieldsman. Forward in defence comes Mirage. No run. Score remains on 114 for 3. Oh, and that good work by Richards. Pill for stumping. Not out though, says the umpire. But he was quick to remove the bails there, Seth.
Yes, and it was a well-flighted delivery.
Beat the batsman Mirage in flight.
And Richard showing that he has the skills to come up with the stumping. He was not out of his crease, so he gained from that, but good combination there by the Leewards. Still 114 for 3 from 28 overs.
Yep, 49 more required. 7 wickets in hand for Trinidad and Tobago to go through this West Indies Rising Stars Super 50 Under 15s Championship undefeated. As Brown will continue from the northern end of the ground. He's bowling to the left-handed Ramanan. Ramanan is defensively playing that to the onside, and there's no run. Now they've brought the mid-on and mid-off up inside the circle. See if it's after the horse is bolted though, Seth. Or, you never know, it might produce a couple and all of a sudden they're 5 down for 120 and game back on.
Well, we've had teams losing 6 wickets.
6 for 3, Barbados, yeah.
And 6 for 24 today earlier. The same team, so. But they would tell you this is not Barbados, this is TNT.
Brown back over the wicket to the right-handed Mirage, who's
Oh, ball.
no ball. Cardinal sin for a spinner. Cardinal sin at any time, but especially for a spinner. He's only taken 2 paces.
The first we've seen for the match.
So it'll be a free hit to Mirage. The score on 115 for 3, and I'd say the manual scoreboard is back up to date. So this will be interesting. Free hits. He's coming around the wicket, and he's pulled that all the way along the ground. Upset with himself that he didn't get more on that just for the single through the mid-wicket region. So the sweeper comes off the boundary to do the fielding. 1 more to the total, 116 for 3. In over number 29. Defending that is Ramanan. And
That's
there's
right.
No run. Trinidad continue to quietly go about their business. As Brown stays over the wicket for the last 2 deliveries to the left-hander. No damage done. Over completed. So at the end of 29 overs.
Yes.
Trinidad and Tobago 116 for 3, requiring 47 more.
They're large and in charge. 47 more from 21 overs. You reckon that they have another quite a bit of overs. 126 deliveries.
First ball by Tilakani.
Tilakani has been bowling well. You must give
Yes.
him the credit. His
Yes,
first 2 overs.
Right. Yeah, he's come back very well, and he's been the leading wicket taker. Fumble in the field, and it's going to cost an extra run.
And a huge difference between the both teams has been the fielding. The Leewards tend to just give things away leisurely. Trinidad and Tobago, they are always on their toes. I was watching Zayn Miraj's approach. Miraj has been playing around the pads, bringing his foot in front of the stumps on many occasions.
Yeah, he seems to really like or prefer the sweep shot. And again, missed it short extra cover this time to allow another single to Mirage. Score goes up to 119 for 3. And if you notice, the Trinidadians also in the field, they make a good stop or something. They run up to the guy and high five him. Or if they're too far away, they keep up the support. Yes, you don't see that with the Leewards this afternoon. That's cut away past the slip down towards the third man boundary and beats the fielder 4 more.
Well timed.
By
Ramanan.
Ramanan this time.
Yes, well timed. He saw the ball coming, allowed it, and then just steered it nicely down to third man. All the chase Jones was chasing, he was just chasing to retrieve.
123-4-3 as Trinidad and Tobago close in on victory. Tilakani round the wicket to Ramanan, and he places that nicely through the cover region for another comfortable single. 124 for 3. We're in over number 30. Chasing 163 for the win. One keeps a bit low, but kept out by Mirage to complete Tilakani's over. So at the end of over number 30, Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 163 for victory, 124 for 3, which means they require another 39 runs with 7 wickets remaining and some 20 overs to do that in, Seth.
The required run rate is 1.74. So it tells you how strong their reply has been.
I don't know. They get the 1, but they'd struggle with the 0.74, wouldn't they? The Leewards still need a spark. They can't give up on this game.
But
You
remember,
never
all
know.
this came through a brilliant 52 from 50,
Yes.
from 55 balls from
By
Christian Lal.
Yeah, it trumped Matthew Miller's innings, which was another fine half century that allowed the Leewards to post, you'd have to say, on this pitch, a respectable total after being 61 for 5 to get up to 162. Put his team in with a chance, but they just haven't found anything in the bowling or fielding department, and that struck high over the top of long on and has gone all the way for 6. Mirage is now getting into the act. He wants it done early. Score rockets up to 131 for 3.
And that was a big clean hit, clearing the maximum, clearing the fielder on the long on boundary quite comfortably.
Brown around the wicket again, bought his run this time. Yes, a very clean hit. He met the ball nicely and really gave it everything. And tall lad there on the long on boundary, right back on the rope, but had enough on it to clear him. Was well stopped off his own bowling, this time by Brown, who remains round the wicket to the right-handed Mirage. 32 required now for Trinidad and Tobago. Mirage is just knocking that to mid-wicket. It is fielded and there's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago really bossed this game. And that's hit firmly over the top of mid-wicket into the boundary. 4 more to Mirage. He can see the finish line. Score goes up to 135 now for 3. And what's that, 27? 27 for victory.
Quite an easy trick there.
Brown again is driven firmly back past the bowler by Mirage. Mid-off comes around, keeps it to a single this time, but Mirage is feeling his hamstring a bit.
Yes, he may have pulled it about 2 overs ago and has been favouring it, but yet he has been playing a bold knock.
Definitely, and I don't think you'll get him off the ground too
That's
soon
right.
unless you get him out.
A 6 and a 4 would have boosted his confidence, and he would just like to hop off, knowing that he would have contributed to the championship, knowing that he would have been a not-out batter at the end of the day.
Exactly.
In the clean sweep, which is on the card here.
So after 31 overs, 136 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 163 as Tilakani starts a new over, and Mirage is just defending that to short extra cover, and there's no run. Tilakani back over the wicket to the right-handed Mirage, who waits for him and back and pulls that through the mid-wicket area. So sweeper out there in Francis. Restricts the scoring to 1. 137 now for 3. Brings Ramanan back on strike, the left-hander, so the field will cross over. Short, fine leg, moves over to a short third man until Tilakani comes around the wicket. Played back to a ball that maybe should have been forward too, but half a shout by Tilakani, but definitely struck too high. 137 for 3. We're in over number 32. Tilakani, nicely played there by Ramaran, but can't beat the backward point fielder. He waits again for Tilakani, who's into him now, and that one's just stroked quietly into the cover region. No run. Tilakani into Ramaran. That one keeps a bit low, takes the inner portion of the bat. A comfortable single out towards square leg for the left-hander. So 1 more to the total, 138 now. For 3, there's Trinidad and Tobago at the end of over number 32.
So Trinidad and Tobago's feat, they started on April 4th at the start of this tournament. They had a 7-wicket win in their first game against Guyana, and that really gave them the confidence that they need to get things going. But then they did not stop there. They had a 7-wicket win with 49 balls to spare in their game against the Windward Islands, and that has been the booster.
Brown into the left-handed Ramanan, who pulls that through the mid-wicket area. Sweeper comes off the boundary in Francis and restricts the scoring to 1, so the score goes up to 139 for 3. We're in over number 33.
And then they swept Barbados by 17 runs, the defending champions. that was the decisive blow that really set up their victory or championship parade. Before then, defeating Jamaica by 7 wickets with 116 balls to spare. It has been an amazing tournament for TNT, the Junior Red Force, and they really will continue to be a force to be reckoned with, and they're well set up for victory here against the Leewards, needing just another 24 runs.
Definitely. Excuse me. Definitely, as Moran just pulls that. He's limping quite badly now, but pulls that shortish delivery from Brown up to long on for another single. So 140 for 3, 23 required. As Ramaran knocks that towards backward point, can't beat the field. Yes, and that victory over Barbados, of course, was their third, while everybody else was struggling a bit with either one or no wins, and that basically put one hand on the title. And then once they beat Jamaica in their fourth match, that was it. So hobbling Mirage is just going to get some attention at the end of that Brown over. And at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 163 for victory, 23 runs away. They're 140 for 3 at the end of 33 overs. So with 7 wickets in hand and 17 overs to get 23. It's another stroll in the park for these talented Trinidad and Tobago boys. And it will make it 5-0 series sweep for them.
Yes, they would be happy. And as we even look at what is happening in terms of run scoring, Boodoo, their captain, Brendan Boodoo, 166 runs in the championship, just third place to Gadsden Boyens of Barbados, 179. That's the only bright spark for Barbados, but the big man who really took things was Fontaine, the young player from Dominica, from the Windward Islands, scoring 197 runs. So they have been really the top.
That's pulled nicely by Ramaran. Backward of square into the boundary, 4 runs.
Just starting the party, continuing the party.
Exactly.
The run feast.
Score moves on to 146 for 3. We do have a change of bowler. Number 13 set for the Leewards.
For the Leewards, that's Gadari.
Gadari has replaced Tilakani. So 146 for 3. 17 required, and that's played nicely again by Ramaran.
He has a nice touch, really nice little backlift. Very fluent on the offside between cover and mid-off. Edwards also of the Windwards, 136 runs. Matthew Miller of the Leewards, 125 runs. So those have been the top 5 in terms of run scoring. And it has not been a big run feast. The only other 2 batters to have gotten past 100 would have been Scott of Jamaica and Lal. We just spoke about Lal of TNT with his half century, pushing him up to 118 runs.
Yeah, as you say, it hasn't been high scoring competition. Only once did a team bat out their 50 overs, which was suggested. Well, Ramaran nearly sweeping himself off his feet that time, but got enough on it to run into the fine leg boundary for 4 more. So the 150 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago. They're 152 for 3 at the end of the 34th over. And that means they only require 11 for victory. But we were saying maybe at an under 15 level, instead of looking at the full 50 over matches. Introduce them more as the 35 or 40 overs.
Well, I guess the research would be done after
Yes,
this.
yeah, of
And then
course,
those
yeah.
decisions would be made. Just to look quickly at the bowlers, well, we had Dean of TNT, 14 wickets in the championship, really at an alarming average of 7.07.
And he looked in control.
Yes.
And he bowls from a nice height. I was impressed with him. That's punched nicely by Mirage. The first ball of Brown's new over. Think about the second, but it'll just be one. So 153 for 3, 10 to win.
And if you're to ask the question why TNT were so dominant, Brendan Biddle, the captain, also the second highest wicket taker, 11 wickets at an average of 9 per
Excellent.
wicket. So
Right.
he's in the top 3 with the bat and in the top 2 with
And
the
the
ball.
ball.
So quite
An undefeated
all-rounder
skipper.
to look. That's right, undefeated skipper. Byers of Barbados taking 10 along with 2 other players.
Ramaran just knocks that into the cover region for another easy single.
Look at the way in which they scored a run. He came forward, opened the face of the bat, and was already set, for the single. In spite of the fact that Mirage has been favoring his hamstring.
Right.
The enthusiasm, the professional commitment.
And the placing, being aware where the field is a place. They just open the face of the bat, like you said.
So along with Byers with 10 is Tilokani of the Leewards and Edwards of the Windwards. They have also taken 10, so those are the top 5 in terms of the bowling. Dean, Badu, Byers, Tilokani, and Edwards.
It's hit firmly by Ramaran through the cover region, but there's a sweeper out on the deep extra cover boundary. Restricts it to 1. Trinidad and Tobago ever closer, 156 for 3. 7 more required for victory. Mirage faces Brown. And Brown half stops that well enough to complete the over. So at the end of 35 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 156 for 3. Just 7 runs away from victory.
Yes. And again, we speak about the dominance. Once again, the top 5 batters. Fontaine from the Windwards, 197. Bowens from Barbados, 179. Budu, the TNT victorious captain, 166. Edwards from the Windwards, 136. Matthew Miller from the Leewards, 125. And the other 2 who have gotten past the 100 mark, Scott of Jamaica and Lal of TNT, making a huge statement in the final match when they wanted just to put the icing on the championship cake. He did set up the match.
Definitely. Played some lovely shots, lovely pull shots. 2 excellent 6s. A couple of 4s, sweet timing. He needs 52 that came off almost a run of ball. Says 55.
Yes.
Deliveries, 6 4s and 2 6s. A top knock that set up this chase very well in the opening partnership of 70 odd also in partnership with Ramjatan. They come back for 2 this time and they beat the return. It looked like they might finish it in this over. They're a boundary away, 5 runs away. 158 for 3. And he looked for it that time. He's been given out, has he?
Yes, has been given out. LBW. He was trying to force that one across the line, and Gidari would have had the last laugh. Not even the enthusiasm of seeing Ramanan walk would have comforted the Leewards. He walks away after a fairly decent knock, doing well for his team. Cristiano Ramanan, 26 from 24 deliveries, 4 4s, and his support knock with Mirage in this over, I think, stabilized things, Terry, to some extent, because after Christian Lal would have scored 52, there was a little jitters as far as the, that TNT situation is, where they lost wickets, at 90 and then 108. These two really put together a good score, a partnership that was just exactly 50 runs, and they would be delighted, even though
Ramanan.
Ramanan had to depart.
Yeah. And it was a funny dismissal because he went for the big shot. Just 5 required for victory. He went for the big sweep or pull off Adani. And it almost hit him about waist high. But because he's so diminutive and he's bending at the same time, he was fired out. So
I got a man chest before wicket. I will tell you that off air.
I can't wait for that one, sir.
And I will tell you who it is on air. It is Daryl Greenway, the former national
What?
football star, but also played quite a lot of top-level cricket. He fell down in the process. The ball landed in his chest, and he said,
And the umpire fired him out.
yes, and he said, set, that can't be out. I said, why? Because it's chest before wicket. He
No.
said it would have hit the stump, but it's not leg before
Not
wicket.
leg.
I never forgot that in my life. That was about 20 years ago.
Brilliant. 4 required for Trinidad and Tobago. And that's cut nicely through the cover region by the new batsman, number 47, who's the leading wicket taker, Yasir Dean.
But I must give commendation to the approach taken by young Zain Maharaj. In spite of the cramp situation or his hamstring, he's still showing that commitment.
Yeah, most definitely, Seth. And when he said he was getting some treatment before, all he asked for was a bit of water. So, you know, he's had no physio or anything out there, and he's been battling away for a good last 20 minutes or so now. But
Well, with
kept his
36
eye on the
overs
ball.
completed, he will have the honor, and he will actually keep the strike. Would he?
With-
Yes, he would be keeping the
yes,
strike. So
with
with 2 runs to
to
go,
win. Mm,
it would only be fitting
it would.
for him to be not out and to strike the winning run.
Yeah, it's been a good little knock from Zain Mirage. A partnership with Ramanan that was yielded exactly 50. Just the steadier in the innings, but they've been well on top really, and that's cut nicely by Mirage through the cover region for 1 to bring the scores level. So he won't get the honor. Or
Well,
unless
Dean
you
decides
plays
to play
out
out the
5
over.
drop balls. As the rest of the Trinidad and Tobago boys line up on the boundary line ready to run onto the field in celebration. And it was pushed back to Brown, who half stops it, but denies them the winning run. They're all ready to pounce on the ground as Brown is into Yasir Dean. He slashes that, can't beat cover.
Tanis
Still
Francis
no run.
would not allow that one to go through him.
Francis fielded well this afternoon. Batted well too. And again, another dot ball. 3 in a row.
Just delaying the expected.
Delaying the inevitable for sure. 1 to win. This one keeps a little low. He backs away. Can't get it away. Still 1 required for victory. Brown now turns from the far end into Dean, and Dean, this one stays over the ball. They go through. Francis doesn't pick up. Victory for Trinidad and Tobago. They are the West Indies Rising Stars under 15 Super 50 Cup champions for 2023 as they rush onto the ground, a commanding 6-wicket victory to make it 5 wins out of 5 matches. They clean sweep the tournament, outplayed Leeward Islands today, winning by 6 wickets. Well played, Trinidad and Tobago.
Excellent performance by TNT. They really came into this match recognizing that they have already won the tournament, and at no stage of the match did you see complacency. At no stage of the match you saw that they were laid back and figured that it would just be made. But they came out today. They bowled well from the beginning. They fielded exceptionally well. they came through a period in which the Leewards were storming back with a Miller, a combination with Clark, and they battled that one through. And once they battled that one through, the only bit of hiccup, you can't even call it a hiccup, was that they didn't get off to a flyer in the first power play. They had to battle through the first 8 overs. But once they got past that, then the man, Christian Lal, he really took control. And once he took charge, actually saving the best for last, he was the platform on whom the victory was built with the bat. But the initial platform with the ball would have been set up nicely by Yasser Dean and also Captain Brendan Badu, who would have been the top wicket takers in the tournament. A fitting win for Trinidad and Tobago, and I think even Mirage at the end of the innings, along with 28 not out, he would be also a happy man, contributing significantly to the clean sweep by the best team on showing in this Rising Star Cricket West Indies on the 15 championship.
Yes, well said, Seth, and you're quite right. Trinidad and Tobago look the more professional of the teams that were on show this season, and they were ready for the challenge. I think that once they got over Barbados, the defending champions, to record their 3rd victory, was they knew they had it in the bag from then on. And excellent performance. And I think today, as you say, it might not have been the flying start that they might have been looking for in chasing 160 odd. But at the end of the day, once Christian Lowell licked Jaheim Clark over the fence for that first 6, you could tell the shackles were released. They thought, right, we've got this. We just need to play some good, sensible cricket. And they have. They did it, and they deserved under 15 champions for 2023.
Yes.
Well done, Trinidad and Tobago.
And you can see they have the appearance, the parental support. They journeyed all the way from Port of Spain to be with the team. The Budus, the Ramanan, all the other parents who would have joined their players along with its management and coaching staff. You see the TNT flag is waving here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and it is reverberating in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Scarborough, Tobago, that Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 would have dethroned Barbados first to win the West Indies on the 15 championship. And we have been very happy to have Mr. Brown, the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago. We call them the Red Force Juniors with us. Mr. Brown, it has been a long way. Trinidad and Tobago at the start of the championship, you had to see off the defending champions at the start. Did you see this coming? 5 wins?
We always plan to play well, but firstly, whosoever is listening, I greet you in the wonderful name of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I make no bones about that. We have planned well, we have prepared well, and this is the result of all the work that has been put in. All right. Did I see, the competition unfolding like this?
No.
Honestly, no. And when I say that, you come into a tournament representing Trinidad and Tobago, the mandate is to win. It's to try and lift the trophy. All right, and I acknowledge that, but how comprehensive it was done, I didn't see. All right, and it's testament to the staff back at home, Mr. Bassarat and his team, to Mr. Kelvin Mohammed, and as the manager, he has worked his socks off to make sure and put things in place so that our preparation would be well. And of course, the biggest praise goes to the boys who have to work, and sometimes they're tired and come and put out the performances on the field. So cheers, hats off to them.
Yeah, we have identified a level of professionalism from them. I'm not saying the other teams did not display that, so I would just like to rebuff that.
Yeah.
But them as championship, I think we have seen that level of professionalism in the field, bowling and batting, and during the moments when you think they may be waning a bit, they have stuck to the task and have shown a high level of enthusiasm. What is it that you have done and the management staff for them to maintain that competitive professional edge?
Well, preparation is the key. All right, and you don't just prepare your team for good circumstances and good situations. You have to prepare them more so at this age for when tough situations come. You know, by conversation as well as by match situation, simulated games. You know, we have been blessed with two guys that are leading the team, which is Brendan Boudou and Yasser Dean, that they have been around this age group for a while. And they understand the game. They are respectful guys. They have respectful parents. And they are so easy to deal with. So easy to coach. So easy to influence, you know. And when I say influence, I mean we could sit and discuss and I can explain different philosophies and different ideas. And they would grasp it. And they would also share their own views. Coach, well, you know, maybe we could try this. And I would have to give them space to also express themselves.
Okay, so we have seen Boudou being the leading run scorer for TNT during the for TNT, and also the second highest wicket taker for TNT, with Dean being the leading wicket taker of the tournament.
Yes.
Do you attribute that to their experience, or do you think they do put in extra work? Because neither of them would be the opening bowler for your team.
Right.
What is it that?
Well, we have broken down different areas of the game, and we have set goals, because we are saying if somebody for Trinidad and Tobago gets 12 plus wickets, if somebody from Trinidad and Tobago bats and gets close to 200 runs, if somebody from Trinidad and Tobago takes 5 or 6 catches, if our wicket keeper takes 6 or 7 dismissals, we are definitely going to be close to the top of the table. Right? If you look at all the stats now, you would see that we can tick all those boxes.
Yes.
So we are not just doing it as a team, we are also doing it as individual players and individual positions. We would love for our 1, 2, or 3 bowler to take 6 or 7 wickets. So it means that our fast bowlers are getting wickets. Of course, if you allow us to stifle you, and then the spinners come on, well, you have even more trouble.
Okay. How would you attribute the parental support? I realize that is a factor for Team TNT. How would you attribute that?
That is massive. The parents that you see here, they didn't just jump on board. They have been on board with this since last year when we began preparation. And I will let you into something. We have never been to a training session where meals were not provided. Never. And I am not talking about you go and order something from some KFC from some place and bring it and get the children. On the days when we have long training sessions, they bring everybody and they bring the kitchen and they cook. So they are part of the process. So hardly anybody here is an outcome, as we would say. They are all been part of the process, so we celebrate with them as well.
Speaking about part of the process, I know we do have the assistant Leeward Islands coach, Johnny Frederick, waiting, but it's important for our listeners to understand. You have your coaching staff, your management staff, you have your parental support. Just tell us, though, about the coming together of the team. What sort of period would they have had coming together, and also about what's the established mode of competition in TNT that would have helped to harness this talent?
All right. The process to select this team is brutal. It's really rigorous. All right. We start off with an 8-team tournament. Okay. Each team has 14 boys. From that, we didn't have it done this year because of the time that we had. But we usually come down to a 4-team tournament. So from that 8, you pick the boys that could represent the 4 teams. From that 4, you select the boys that could come down to 2 teams, which everybody would know would be called Trinidad North-South. Right. Because there's a North-South classic for seniors, under 19s, under 17s, under 15s, under 13s. So all age groups have that North-South. So you start with 8 teams, you come down to 2, and from that 2, you select your national team. Up to the evening of that North-South game, the team is not selected. Wow. There are guys that you know. They would play. The Brendan Boudous and the Asher Deans. You know, you, even if they don't do extremely well in that tournament, you would put you would give them the benefit of the doubt. And say, right, in every team that there are those players, right? But to give the guy, the odd guy an outside chance, right? Christian Lal has been super for us in this tournament. Super.
Yes.
He was not picked until the evening of the because he made 100 in the game. Did not perform well last year when we came, did not perform particularly well throughout the tournament, got 100 in the North-South, has to be in the team.
And then he showed it today.
Repeat the faithful.
Yes.
Alejandro Casiram was not
lovely
in the
bowler.
team. Was not in the team.
Wow.
Up to 3 o'clock the evening. The team was selected and we had to go back in. Because Mr. Glenn Dorica, who is the senior selector, said this boy has to play. And
Wow.
somebody has to come out the team.
So that's a level
It's
of
a
transparency.
it's a rigorous process.
And also a level of
It's a rig-
transparency
yeah,
that
yeah.
I think is commendable.
Yeah,
And,
it is, and hats off to the selection team because, sometimes we don't agree. I am part of it. We do not agree at times, but we respect each other. And when you don't pass the eye test, when you sometimes you go with a gut feeling, but we have a statistician as part of the selection process. So every game you play, stats are recorded. So we're not selecting a team on stats alone because you have to.
That's right, the qualitative issue.
Yes, but when we have 2 players that we are coming up against each other, that might be the deciding factor.
Excellent.
So it's all
Well,
good. So we give God praise.
Commendations to you, and
you.
we do appreciate your candidness. We do
Yes.
appreciate your commitment.
Yes.
We do appreciate you working with the under 15s because perhaps in the next few years we will see some of them going on to make the West Indies
That
team
is-
or
that
some
is what we
outstanding franchise team.
That is what we are hoping.
So commendation to Trinidad
Yes.
and Tobago, the under 15 West Indies Rising Star champions. They have done it here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, but they have done it from the beginning to the end with outstanding victories against each competitor, starting with the defending champions Barbados and ending it here against the Leewards. It is celebration time for TNT.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So,
Blessings.
so Coach Frederick of yes, Coach Brown, you can go and celebrate. You deserve it. Coach Frederick, now we are in a situation where the Leeward Islands would have had somehow had an opportunity to some extent with 2 wins and then 1 defeat. They could have been back into the game had they won their last game against Guyana. But you slipped against Guyana in an eventful manner with 4 runouts. And then you could have come into this game against TNT with 3 and TNT with 4. But you came in already not being declared champions, with TNT declared champions. What did you see was the difference between both teams on the day?
Well, I must say TNT is a really well-oiled machine. They tick most of the boxes in youth cricket, in development cricket, and they have a really fantastic top 4 from what I saw today as batters. The batting unit is fantastic. Bowling unit, same. They tick all the boxes. Fielding unit, that is where they won the game mostly, from the fielding department. Once you're a good fielding team in any cricket around the world, you tend to win games a lot of games. And they seem to be disciplined kids. And kudos to the family, kudos to TNT for putting this group together, and kudos for winning the championship also.
As far as the Leewards are concerned, are there things that you think that the team could have done better? That's a question for you and Coach Jace.
Yes, I think there's some areas that we could be interested with, especially when it comes to extras department. I think we bought too much extras. I think we could have done a little bit more with the energy in the field. I think we kind of lackadaisical in certain areas, but most of all, I think we tick a lot of boxes throughout the whole tournament based on where we come from and where we at, how we ended the tournament. Our preparation was not the best, but we did our best based on how circumstances are for the Leeward Island countries, because we are from different parts of the Leeward Island that come together under one umbrella eventually to play a tournament of this sort, this high magnitude. And I must say kudos to the players. I really appreciated this thing. I think we really did well as a group overall.
Who are some of the talent that you see coming through from this tournament for the Leewards?
I must say skipper Matthew Miller. He was outstanding.
Was he injured during this game? Because I realized that he did not bowl in this match.
He got injured against, I think it's Barbados. He had a little flu, he got a little injured against Barbados, so hence the reason why he didn't bowl much for the last 3 games. I must mention Kunal. He's a special talent. Also, I must mention himself, Francis. He's a small little chap.
Tannis.
Tannis Francis. He's a small little chap. Brilliant fielder. Solid batter. Just need to get stronger eventually. He reminded me something like Alonda Peters growing up, and he had the same structure, same format, but in the future I can see something real good happen to him. And I also mentioned Clark.
Yes.
He's our bowling department. Jordan. We can mention our top 3 bowlers. So we tick a lot of boxes in terms of the fast bowling department, what is required for future on the 17s, on the 19s. So we tick a lot of boxes in good areas. Collectively, we just need to put them together with more time with the players. And more so, they appreciate what me, Jace, and Shafter did to the group. We got them in a short moment, and we did our best, and I think we got them to enjoy what they're doing and enjoy the moments that they're together. And it's all about learning at this stage, learning and having fun.
Yes, well, all the best to you and the rest of the Leewards team. And we just close with the news that Trinidad and Tobago, they have had a clean sweep of the 2023 Rising Stars on the 15 championship, that one ending with a victory, an emphatic win over the Leeward Islands, winning by 6 wickets with 78 balls to spare. It is all TNT in celebration. On behalf of my team of broadcasters, Terry Laraje and Vernon Springer, and the technical crew here, I'm Seth Burton saying, have a good one.